everyone. I hope everyone is doing well today. I know that Memeristor said people are going to head over from his stream today after he is done interviewing Analytical Ninja. So welcome if you're here from that. And also, by coincidence, the voters have voted for us to start with a Memeristor puzzle. So let's see. Do I have any announcements before I say that? I do have a puzzle coming soon that we set on stream last week. I went to test it, and then there was some issue with importing it to Sudoku Pad, and as so often happens, these lovely Sudoku Pad folks fixed it like basically instantly. But I have not now gotten around to fixing it. But it is a Yaslin Philomeno hybrid called Philly. So you can look forward to that if you, or you can go back and watch the video if you would like to see it created. But I have to test it and put it in testing, and then I'll put it on LMD probably this weekend would be my guess. If not, then this coming week. I somehow lately most of my setting ambitions have been pencil puzzle related, so I have a bunch of other ideas kicking around for pencil puzzly sorts of things. So we'll see what comes of that. But anyway, and maybe, who knows, maybe we'll set a Sudoku again someday. But we have set now 2 pencil puzzles in a row on stream. Alrighty. I did notice, by the way, that Sven keeps a ranking of the setter whose puzzles are most done on Sudoku Pad. And it amused me to note that this year, all of my puzzles that I've done on stream, I have been publishing under the name Zetamath and Friends. So Sven's Sudoku Pad sees that as a different setter than Zetamath, which I suppose it is a different setter, but it amuses me nonetheless. Anyway, we began each stream with the puzzle most voted on by the supporters who support at windmill level or above. Today, that is this puzzle, co-set by Qodec and Memeristor. This puzzle was voted for by 8 people. So those people are David, who just said hi in chat. Welcome. Plogtime, Russ, David, Nell, Luda, Doomed Yacht, and Paulfly. Welcome, folks, from Memeristor stream, by the way. But by sheer coincidence, we're starting with a puzzle which is 50% Memeristor. So enjoy the double Memeristor day for you Memeristor fans. I definitely include myself in the Memeristor fan list. So I originally assumed this was just an arrow puzzle, but then I see it as listed as arrow variant in my spreadsheet. What is going on with my camera? I can't quite tell what's weird with my camera, but I will trust Tris that something is weird. It's all fuzzy. Is it because I haven't shaved? It's possible it's because I haven't shaved. Anyway, so what are the rules? So we've got normal Sudoku rules. Digits along an arrow sum to the digit in the arrow circle. Okay, so that part's all normal. Additionally, the digit in an arrow circle will repeat in a cell pointed at by the arrow's tip. The repeat can be 1 or more cells away from the tip, but not the arrow tip itself. The fan is like making me vibrate or something, or maybe it's slightly vibrating the table. Anyway, so we've got normal arrows, but also whatever this digit is, it needs to show up in one of those 2 cells and one of those 2 cells, and hence one of these 3 cells, I suppose. I look sparkly? Oh, yay. I like being sparkly. Okay. So I suppose we should attempt to ascertain. I'm going to hide my camera from myself so I don't keep staring at myself, which is such an easy thing to do. We're going to attempt to ascertain what's going on with these circles first, I suppose. If I I'm going to minimize the sum of, I think, all of these cells, which is going to be double that cell. So this could be a double 1, which would be 2. There could be a 2 here and a 4 here. That would be 8. And a 1 here and a 2 here. That would be 11. So it's double this number, so it's got to be at least 12. So that gets us that this circle is 6, 7, 8, and 9. Uh, this circle actually, I think, is going to be also 6, 7, 8, and 9 for the same reason. Because if I actually minimize these now, it would be double 1. Although I see I can do these together. I'll do that in a minute. But this could be double 1, which is 2, 2, 3, which is 7. 1, 2 would be 10. Okay, so actually, sorry, no, this one can be 5, I think. Can't be 6, though. But I want to now look at these two together because these two cells are doubled. So now I'm going to add together all of these cells, which is going to be double the sum of these two circles. So the sum of these two is... yes, I did account for the 3 when minimizing those arrows. So these are going to sum to 6. Double 1, 2 times 2 at minimum. And then up here and down here. Okay, so now this is a little bit tricky. Because if those are 1, 2... I guess if these are 1, 2, what that means is I get 1 more 1 and 1 more 2. So we'll say that's 3. And then at least a 3 and at least a 4. So that's 9. Plus 7 is 16. Plus these are each at least 3. That's 22. Oh, crap. If I did that right, what I proved is that the sum of these two cells is at least 11. Okay, so I did all of that, and it did absolutely nothing. Hey, Memeristor, I hope you're doing well. I somehow thought that would be better, because I knew that one of these would have to be at least that. One of these would have to be at least a 2. So maybe I should just ask myself, what happens on the one where this is 2? Because one of these has to go at least 2, 4, 1. So one of these is at least 7, but that's still not saying anything. So yeah, I don't think we've gotten anything out of that. Now it is worth noticing, sort of like if I make this red, then I know I get these sort of pairs like that. One of these is red and one of these is red, which does of course mean one of these is red. And of course, this one and that one can't be read at the same time because it would make that a 0. If I make this blue, then I end up sort of bluing these and doing that. And again, now, where is blue in row 6? It's got to be in one of these two spots. So, so there we go. And now, in the same way that these can't both be red, these can't both be blue either. Yeah, maybe we can prove these have to be a 1-2 pair. I guess if I made them a 1-4, is that too big? Like if one of these was a 4, it's not immediately clear that that is true. Okay, so Emma has a good point, which is that now in row 5, these have to be a red-blue pair, right? Because I need to put a red here. Right. I can't make both of these red. So one of these two circles is red and one of them is blue. So I can get rid of the white there. And so, so these can't both be, so it can't be the case that red is bigger than blue and blue is bigger than red. So one of these two is just not any color. One of these is actually, in fact, white, which means one of these is red or blue, possibly both. But but we have that. Oh, I see. This can't be red is smart from Emma, because if this is red, none of these 3 cells can be red because red sees all of them. So this is in fact blue, which means this is in fact red, which now means one of these 2 cells is blue by good old-fashioned Sudoku. And means one of these 2 cells is red by good old-fashioned Sudoku. Oh, sorry, Martin said it first. I see. Sorry, Martin. And so, again, yeah, either red is bigger than blue or blue is bigger than red, but not both. So we have that. Yeah, neither red nor blue is 9, actually, because both of them show up on arrows now. So that might actually... actually, I don't know if that impacts our math at all, because we are so far away from hitting the max on either of these. Like, these 2 now sound to a maximum of 15. But that's maybe not quite good enough yet to get something. I know these cells aren't blue for what it's worth. Yes, blue in box 6. Ron points out. Can't go in either of those places. And remember, yeah, I need a blue, right, because remember, one of these 2 cells has to be blue, right? I can really place the blue on this diagonally arrow. So that is blue, so that isn't. It's not white either, I suppose, anymore. Okay. Oh, yeah, similarly for red, right? This is the red, so that's not red or white. Same deal. And I guess this thing with a red on it is certainly at least 7 I can fill in. And this thing with a blue on it is certainly at least 5 over there. And red can't be 6 anymore just by Sudoku, is being pointed out, which is smart. Okay, I think we can almost figure out where this goes. Because this digit... Oh, no, it could go there. Never mind. Sorry, there's 3 places it could go. But this 3 actually, sorry, I was looking at perhaps the wrong one. This one is better. Because of the given 3. So now when I look down this diagonal, it can't repeat on its own arrow. It's definitely not 3. It's not on the blue arrow, so it is in one of these 2 spots. Oh, yeah, I don't know why I put 5 in for blue. Blue certainly can't be 5. So, do I actually know that orange... Yeah, I do know that orange isn't red, of course. Because orange and red are in the same row. And I know that orange isn't blue. So if this digit is not 5, then orange is definitively 9. But I think this digit is going to be 5. Because that's the most strange thing that could happen. Actually, okay, row 9, column 2 can't be orange. Okay, that actually proves that it's 5. Okay. Because this cell can't be orange because it sees both oranges, and it's not red or blue. So therefore, we can go ahead and make it purple. But now these are a 7, 8, 9 triple, and so blue can't be those, and so blue is 5. And we get to begin with our 5 dance. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Wah. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Wah. Boop, boop, ba-boop. Woo. Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Wah. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so now this digit certainly can't be a 4. Can this digit even be a 2? If this digit is a 2, no, one of these would already be a 3. So this digit can only possibly be a 1. And so surely neither of these digits can be anything but 2 and 3, actually, if you look at the row, because they can't be, well, I guess they couldn't be 4 anyway, because that would already make the sum 5 without it. And so one of these goes 1, 3, 1, the other goes 1, 2, 2. So these are a 1, 2 pair, if you do the math of how this ends up adding up to 5. Let's see, so we get all of that filled in. Now, do I know enough to know that this can't possibly be 4? Because if I make this 4, then I would need to make both of these either a 1, 2 pair or 1, 3 pair. Well, they certainly couldn't be a 1, 3 pair. Maybe not. But I do see Emma's point, which is that now we know that red is bigger than blue. So that cell certainly isn't red anymore. So that cell is. So we've got that. Let's see. Emma says that places red in box 8. Right. This cell now has to be red because if you look at where red goes in box 8, this cell sees everything. Hey, Megan. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so this cell can't also be red because that would make this a minimum of 14. So that's not going to work. And so this cell can only possibly be a 1 or a 2, which has given us a 1, 2 pair in the column, I note. And this can't be a 7 anymore, because remember, this is a 7 or an 8. So we've got that. So one of these really is a 7, for whatever that is worth. Let's see. I know that's a 7, 8. Row 5, column 3. Right. Okay. Yeah. So this. Remember, blue is 5. Is what Megan is really telling me. So I should fill 5 into these cells, at which point it becomes clear this can only be a 3 or a 4 because there's a 1, 2 pair in the column. That makes that a 1, 2 itself. That now means these two cells actually sum to a minimum of 4, plus 4 plus 4 is 8. Plus 1, 2 is 11. That's still only getting me to 6. Never mind. Actually, though, I think now I can say this can't be 4, maybe? Is that true? If this is 4 now, I need this digit would have to be a 3. But I don't think that quite helps yet. Close, I think. So there's definitely a 5 on this arrow. So the other digit that's on this arrow is either a 2, 3, or 4. So these are from 2, 3, 4, 5, I suppose. That one's not a 3. One of these two is 5. If this one was 5, it would make this one 2 or 3. was trying to see some geometry with the 5 arrow, but oh, well, no, it would make that, yeah, sorry. Not that one. That one I know it's not 1 or 2. Okay. Also, hey, Logan, it's been a little bit. Great to see you around again. Let's see here. Well, red is definitely in one of these 2 cells for whatever it is worth. I don't know if I really want to mark that, but I'm going to. And so red down here is in one of these 2 cells. I feel this is the way madness lies, but apparently I'm committed now. Purple in this box is in one of those 2 cells. I don't quite see what I am doing yet. Am I supposed to ask, like, what happens in the chain if orange is 7? Because if orange is 7, it forces an enormous amount, and I don't immediately see how it breaks, but it strikes me that if I said if orange is 7 and maybe filled in a bunch of stuff, it would break. Box 2 orange. Okay, yeah, the 7, 8, 9 is not on this arrow. It's not on its own arrow. It's not a 3, and it's not there. Okay, yeah, so this is orange. Agree. Because we can't have an orange 1, 1 arrow. Because of the 1 there is the problem. Row 9, column 4. Okay, so this cell now sees 7, 8, and 9. That's a really clever spot. So this is by the box, not 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and it's not 7, 8, or 9 because it sees a 7, 8, 9 triple. So this is a naked single 4, which is gorgeous. And great spotting to Ron there. That had worked out that way. I do see that the purple in this column is definitely in this box, so I'm going to mark that. So the purple in this box is definitely in one of those 2 cells. I don't know if that helped, but it felt like worth marking. Let's see. Oh, yeah, where's purple in box 2? It's definitely in the first row, points out Megan. So that one's not purple. Okay, so now this cell now is a 7, 8, 9, is 57 Thorns Point, because it now sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a 6 by the given. So this is a 7, 8, 9, and it's not red and it's not purple, so it just is orange. Right, and we know the other red is in this row somewhere. Okay. So 5 in this box. If it's not here, it's on one of these arrows. Well, it's certainly not there, I think I can confidently say. Can I really get away with putting a 5 in one of these 2 cells? Like, if I put a 5 there... I'm not sure. Well, sorry. That one I think I can actually say that one can't be a 5 because of the 1, 2 pair in the column. But maybe that one could be a 5. Yeah, I was thinking of these two as symmetrical, but they're not actually quite symmetrical because this number I know is at least moderately big. Uh, but that one I think could still get away with being a 5. Uh, okay, so Ron is encouraging me to think about 6. I certainly can't put a 6 there or there. But a 6 there still doesn't work because I know this one's not a 1. So actually, the 6 just can't go on an arrow. So actually, these digits are a 6 purple pair. Hey, D-Web, how are you doing? And we have identified a 6 purple pair, which is very exciting. So that's actually, if you think about it, that's a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple in the row. So we have that. So I think what I actually know is that 5 is definitely in this column. Because again, I can't put the 5 there. Because if I put the 5 here, this digit's at least 3. That's too many already. So 5 is in one of these two cells only, which means this cell's not a 5, which means this cell is a 5. And one of these two is a 5. Oh, right. And neither of these is 7, actually. Nell points out, because it's a 6 purple pair, and using the fact that 6 is not 7, Nell is able to identify that these aren't 7 either. Let's see. The well-known fact that 6 is not 7. If this is a 5, assuredly this is a 2 and a 1 in that order. Some combination is that breaking one of these combinations. It is true that if I mark orange, this is a quad. So it is true that these are 1, 2, 4, 5. And so I know that one is not. Okay, so that is actually huge. I didn't think it was going to do much, but it actually gives me a 1, 2 pair here, which actually makes that a 3 and a 2, which makes that a 1 and a 2, which makes that a 2, which makes red a 7 and a 9. Okay, that was a huge get from D-Web there. So orange is 8. Red is 7. And now we've got all of those. So yeah, pencil marking to the rescue for sure. So this digit is at least 3, so this assuredly isn't 4 anymore. It now really is 2. And so, in fact, that is 4. I didn't even feel like I was refusing to pencil mark. I just didn't do that. I feel like I'm usually, if anything, accused of pencil marking too much rather than too little. That is a 7. Okay, so now this certainly can't be a 5, or the sum will be too big. So this is either 4, 4 or 3, 5. Over there, this digit is a 6 or a 9, and it sure is. Oh, this can't be a 5, this can't be a 5 for this arrow, because that would make that a 0. So that is a 4 and a 1, making that a 5 and a 3. So you are not blue, and you are. That's a 7, because that's how it works. Okay, so now these can't be 1, 6, and they can't be 2, 5, so these need to be 3, 4, and I know the order. Let's see. So one of these two is a 6, just for the column. Let's see. Okay, what are these? 4, 5. These are 6 and 9. So that's going to give us a 6-9 pair in column 6, which is going to fill out what this digit is. It seems to be a 1, actually, which is kind of disappointing because I don't think it's going to be useful. The fact that that was a 1. I know one of these two is a 6. Oh, actually, these are a 6-8 pair if I just read off where 6 and 8 go in this box, which makes these a 3-9 pair, and that I can actually do because that's the 9 and that's the 3. Let's see. Hey, Qodec, hope you're doing well. Let's see. In this row, I've still got a 6 and an 8 and a something else to place. The other thing is a 4, actually. Yeah, the 4 in this row is placed here, or the 4 in this box, maybe more easily. So this is a 6 or 8. Column 7. Okay, yeah. So this is not 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5, or 6, or 8, or 9, which makes it a naked single 7. Which means it is, in fact, red, meaning this is not, in a twist. These are 1 and something else, and 3, I believe, like that. These are 6, 9, and 8, I think. Which now makes this a naked single because now there's a triple looking over at this. I believe that makes this a 2. And 2 is famously not purple, meaning that this is purple and hence is a 9. So we've got that at least. Okay, so one of those. So this is a 6 or 8 as well. For whatever that is worth. Yeah, one of those two is still equal to 7. Let's see. I might actually pencil mark this column. Yeah, I just learned that one of those two is 6, which I kind of already knew. I can pencil mark this column. And that gets me that this is a naked 1. So there's a 1 over here in some description. Let's see. Where else do I want to pencil mark or Sudoku stuff? Let's see. I've got a lot of 2s in the grid, but not quite enough. I don't have many 3s in the grid at all. Oh, let's see. Garian notes that this is a naked single 5 because it's not 1, 2, 3, or 4 by the column, and it's not 6, 7, 8, or 9 by the row. So this is just a naked single blue. Thank you, Garian. So these cells I might as well pencil mark because they cannot be 6 or 9. So they're definitely from 1 to 4. And I know the 1's over there, but I already knew the 1 was over there. Let's see. Oh, right. I should remember there's still a rule that one of these two has to be orange for what it is worth. So one of those two has to be an 8. That's my only other rule left. Oh, no. The 9 is also... There's also... Sorry, one of these two is also a 9 by this. So I guess that means I'm supposed to mark this cell and note it's not a 9. Okay, so that makes this cell naked single. Okay, that's the point. So this 9 points at this diagonal. That means one of those is a 9, so this certainly isn't a 9, but it's also not an 8. One of these two remote cells in the grid is this digit, and therefore this cell that sees them both isn't, is definitely one of my most abused deductions as a setter. So mad respect for that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is a 9. Making that a 6 and a 9. Making this a naked purple. This a naked not purple. 9 goes there. That was the deduction Codec remembered. I'm not surprised. That was slick. I liked that a lot. Okay, so now we've got the purple though on this line. Hey Isabella, how are you doing? You can also be purple. These are a pair of something and something, which is 7 and 4 to be more specific. You don't remember solving this? This puzzle, I'm told, is quite old. I don't know how it made its way into the bucket, given how old it ostensibly is, but that's okay. I'm happy to do it. I'm enjoying it. This column has a 6-8 pair in it, which does all kinds of damage because it makes that a 2, and it makes that a 7. And that is a naked 8, and that's a 6. And by the way, 7 is the digit that is red. That is not red. It's almost as old as Turganus's cat. Excellent. This is not orange now. Oh, it wasn't published until recently. I see. That's why. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. So orange is 8. That's 5 and 6. 8 and 6. 8 and 6. 8 and 5. It is the one and only Turganus. Orange. Let's see. Okay, so now we've got a 6 and an orange. 3, and this is now officially a 9. Oh, which means this isn't. And that is a 9 as well. And this is orange before I filled that in. Okay, so now I need to remember that this is also orange. So I should have 4 colors in every box. This one I did very badly. So that is blue. Oh, sorry, I need to select the number and say these are blue. And select the number and say these are red. Oh, this is not orange. This is red. Okay, does every box have 4 now? No, this one's still missing. It's 9. And it's other thing, orange. There we go. This one is still missing. It's 9. I did very badly at the coloring at the end there. But I think now we have all of the color. No, not this spot. No, we do. Okay, I think now we have all the coloring. So I think I can now fill in that this is a 7. Very nice. That was some really interesting sort of consequences of this this rule set. It's a very clever idea, which I think I've seen once before, but I think the place I saw it before was in a Memeristor puzzle. But very very nice use of this. Also, I really like that this arrow that I tried so hard to prove couldn't be a 5 ended up being a 5. There was definitely like a very strong temptation to min-max these arrows, and I did them separately, and then I did them together. And then I tried to do them in a train and did them on a plane and with a mouse or whatever, et cetera, et cetera. But it never let me rule out this being a 5 because, in fact, it was a 5, which I'm glad to see. I thought for sure it was like, oh, I'm sure there's some way to think about this that I have not successfly done the min-maxing in a way that will rule this out. But, in fact, no, there was not, because it was, in fact, a 5. So I was at least happy that I was vindicated in the sense that it was not deducible that this couldn't be a 5 from the beginning. In fact, I think I actually said that the minimum these two could sum to was 12 and was like, oh God, that's horrible. That's so small. It's got to be bigger than that. But in fact, they did end up summing to 12. Anyway, I guess, yeah, this usually when things end up like this, usually in puzzles, it ends up resolving that they're high instead of low. So it's quite cute that here they ended up there. And I guess that's because they were sort of forced onto arrows through this diagonally crisscrossy rule. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in a moment with another puzzle. So see you all shortly. All right, welcome back. Oh, I see that this is hanging slightly off. Let me see if I can hit arrows and move it. No, not that one, not that one. That one? No, not that one. Oops. That one? Sorry, I'm figuring out how to adjust. Nope, not that one. I never know which layer it is that I'm trying to adjust. It's got to be one of the window ones, right? You'd think. But now it's not moving. Oh, I've got to click back. No, I've got to click the window. So there was some trick here that Tristan taught me that I don't remember what it was. It was something about you have to click the thing and then the thing in exactly the right way. Yes, I can't get it to move so that I cannot see the thing, Tristan. And there is a clue that you can't see. Uh, yeah, I can select the right thing, but then it won't move, or I can click it, but then it won't select the right thing.
There.
I selected it from the menu and it wouldn't work.
You can't do it. You have to click on it here.
I see. That's dumb. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, this is a pretty giant grid. Yeah, I'm doing this one, I mean, A, because it's a J. Dyer puzzle, and I enjoy J. Dyer puzzles, and I enjoy pencil puzzles. But also, we set a puzzle not unlike this on stream very recently. And I reading the rules, I think that J. Dyer solved the puzzle, or solved the problem I did not solve with the with the idea that I had. So let us first of all say, it says all arrow cells are shaded. So let's shade all of the arrow cells. Oops. Okay, so I thought this was going to be a Yaslin Philomeno, which is what I made. But Jay wisely made this not a Philomeno, which would have been much smarter. So we need to draw a loop that moves through the centers of some cells. And every cell that's not on the loop is shaded. So basically, we're saying these for sure are not on the loop. All arrow cells are shaded, and each orthogonally connected shaded region contains exactly one arrow. So that's, for example, going to mean that these two have to be unshaded, because if they were not, then that region would have more than one shaded cell. And that is then going to mean that my loop has to do that, because the loop now has to visit these. And so that's going to get us a little bit more stuff. And then there's a no 2x, no, there's not a no 2x2 rule. An arrow's clue value equals the size of its shaded region, and the clue value also gives the number of shaded cells in the direction of the arrow. For example, this one has to be a 1 because of what we just saw. It can't be anything but a 1. So that's a 1, and we can do our 1 dance. Oh, does it say counting itself? Oh, no. No, it says not counting the arrow itself. So we do get to dance. Woo! Wah! Wee! Thank you, Zach. I don't know that we technically have to fill in numbers here, but I'm going to do the thing. So yeah, so this is a region of size 1. It is a shame amino, if you will. So now this is a corridor, meaning there's only one way. Basically, there's a few different ways of saying this thing only has two things. It's on a loop. Every cell in a loop needs to connect to two things. So as soon as a cell only has two things it can connect to, then it is forced. Now, the loop cannot come here or it will die, because it will careen into the corner and then it will not be a loop. It will be a terminating line. So that cell must be shaded, and now the loop can't possibly get to there. So we get that as well. Okay. And remember, every shaded region has to contain an arrow, and this doesn't contain an arrow yet. So actually, those have to be shaded as well. Now, this can't be green. Yeah, corridor, corner, cloister, dead end. These are the sorts of words that I tend to throw around. If this is green, then it's also a dead end. So that can't be. But the loop has to continue through here. Like that. And we can't create... Oh, sorry. I was going to say we can't create a little loop, but we, in fact, would not create a little loop unless we did both. Okay. Now there's a shit ton of shaded cells in this direction, which is fascinating because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 shaded cells in this direction. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cells over here. So that was 7. Okay, so yeah, we certainly need at least one green. Right. So yeah, so AFK is doing sort of... I was going to do this a different way, but same idea was, yeah, I need to shade at least 7 of these cells, but if I shade this one, then I need to shade at least 8 of them. And yeah, the dog points out that I can't have exactly one green in this column, and I can't have no greens in this column either. Which means I can't have one green, because if I had one green, it would definitely be a dead end. Or it would create a dead end because the loop would enter through the column and then never get out. So that, in fact, means that actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That means, in fact, this has to be a 7, which means we can actually fill in 7s for all of these. Well, we can if I turn off conflict checker off. There we go. So we get that. So we can fill in that, which assuredly will green that cell. Now this cell can't be very large either. Or sorry, can't be very small, because it's either going to see 1 or 2. Up here, and so it's going to be a minimum of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is the minimum size that this can be. If we do that, let's see. Oh, there's 2 more in the column. Sorry, there's 2 more in the column. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so the minimum is 6. So this can be 6 or 7, I think, are the only options as to what this can be. Because it sees these 2 is what I was missing. Now in this column, there's only 1 shaded one, which is quite interesting. Now, if this cell is... Well, if the loop turns this way, I think it breaks in the following rather bizarre way. If the loop turns this way, then that's both my loop cells for this column, and now that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In fact, it's actually only too big by 1, but it's still too big if the loop turns that way. So this loop has to come down. So that is green. And now this can't be green because it would it would, again, trap this, because the other cell in this, the other green cell in this column is where this gets out. So this needs to come backwards, like that. Okay. So this being green seems tricky, but possible. Oh, I should count column 1 and 2, because you have to, if the green is there, then all of these cells and all of these cells are shaded, and that's too many, right? So yeah, so if this turns here, remember this column is now done with greens, and I certainly can't get any more greens over here, so it would be at least 6, 8, 10. Would be at least 12 cells in this 6 or 7 size region. So we assuredly need to have to go there, at which point, again, if it turned, it would be at least 10 cells. Here, if it turned, it would be at least 8 cells. So we have to make it at least this far. So we get that. Now, oh yeah, okay, so yeah, so these can't both be gray at the same time, is worth noting. Also, this can't be very large, because it can't take both of these, for example. There's some like real loopy stuff going on with how these grays interact. So like, oh, I was trying to argue that like the loop had to come through here, but I don't think that's true because they can touch diagonally. I think that's okay if they touch diagonally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Interesting. Yeah, there's something happening over there. I'm wondering if I'm supposed to look at other places in the grid before I go too much further here. Yeah, this could be gray, and these could both be gray. And that, I think, would work out okay. I don't think this one can be the green one. I think if... Oh, no, maybe it could be the green one as long as it sort of spikes off over there somewhere. Oh, but do keep in mind there's only one shaded cell in this entire column. Oh, so I think that means this can't be shaded. No, I think that does just work with this being a 6 and looking like that. If these connect, that's saying there's 6 shaded cells below this, which is going to be awfully hard. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Technically possible, I think. Oh, this just is a 1, actually. Ron points out this has to be small, but if this was a 2... Oh, no, sorry. It could be a 2 because it's seeing that one. Sorry. So, right. This is a 1 or a 2. Sorry, I was thinking that it couldn't possibly be otherwise, but no, I think this is a 1 or a 2. I agree. This can't be very large. Let's see. Row 5, column 6. Right, it can't be a 4, so this is a 1, a 2, or a 3. And I don't think 3 works either. But maybe actually it would work if it was that 3, possibly. Uh, uh, let's see. Dog says if this is gray, that does something bad because it makes all of this green. And certainly makes that green, which then makes all of this gray. I don't see why this isn't working yet. Uh, uh, like we'd assuredly have something like that, but oh, it's because of this cell needing to be at least 6. Is that the problem? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. Okay. So yeah. So this needing to be 6 definitely creates a dead end down there. I agree, but boy, that's a lot. Okay, we're going to look at Garion's point instead. Row 8, column 3, and row 9, column 3 can't be shaded because it would make dead ends. Right. If this is shaded, that definitely makes this unshaded because of the 1, which creates a dead end. So this is never shaded. And this, similarly, if this were shaded, it would make that a dead end. So that's unshaded. Uh, let's see. AFK says it's easier if I pencil mark this first. So basically, Garion wants me to argue that this can't be 6. And I don't think it's obvious that this can't be 6. I think it's obvious it can't be 6 once you fill a whole bunch of other stuff in. But the fact that this can't be 6 isn't an a priori given statement, I don't think. Unless you're willing to do sort of some elaborate loop parody shenanigans, because there's plenty of room for loop above it. It would seem to me. I'm not saying it's undeducible. I'm just saying I think that I think the deduction would be messy. And fairly unmotivated unless you're trying to argue exactly the thing. So this now, I guess, is at most 3 isn't even possible, right? This can only be a 1 or a 2 now, because if this were a 3, all of this would be shaded, and that would be bad, because these can't both be shaded, I guess is the point. So this is at most a 2. Elaborate loop parody shenanigans is also the title of my next album. I like it. I'd listen to that album. So these can't both be shaded. Does that create a dead end if I shade one of these or something like that? These can't both be shaded either. Okay. So if I shade this, oh, no. Sorry. Yeah, oh, is it just that this cell can't be shaded? No, this cell can be shaded. I'm trying to. I feel like some combination here creates a dead end very similar to Garion's point, but I'm not quite seeing it yet. And I'm trying to sort of materialize it in my brain, but then I keep miscounting, which is not helping. Let's see. Hey, Matt Pesto, how are you doing? This is also certainly at most 3 for what it's worth. As is this, because again, if this were 4, it would be 5. Ah, yes. Garian's point also definitely applies to this cell. This cell definitely has to be green, because if it's not, we create a dead end again, because I know there's only one shaded cell here in this column. Let's see. I was hoping it was going to be really obvious if I made one of these green that it was going to break, but it's not really obvious, to me at least, that it does not work. If this is gray, we force a green through here. I mean, I guess if this is gray, that's gray. Because otherwise there's a dead end there because of the way the... Oh, no, sorry, that's not true. Sorry, the green being forced through here, this could still come around like that, I think. No, sorry. If this is gray, it actually forces... if this is gray, it actually... This is what I'm visualizing in my head. It forces that, which then does indeed make this green for whatever reason. Or sorry, for whatever good that does. But I don't see this immediately breaking any of the things that I know. Oh, I did mean gray. Sorry, I said green, but I meant gray. Yes, it would be a dead end. Right. I said green, but I meant gray. Oops. Let's see. What is... yeah, if this is gray, it definitely shoves a lot of gray into this row. Namely... which is a little bit tricky with that, but I don't think it immediately breaks as best I can see. But it's not good if that is shaded, or sorry, if that cell is shaded. It puts so much gray in this row. It feels like it has to break somehow, but I don't think it breaks cleanly as best I can see. Let's see. Yeah, this is at most 3, 4, 5, 6. This is at most 6. But unfortunately, yeah, this being 6 is the annoying option that I know doesn't work, but I don't have any nice way of proving doesn't work. Yeah, if this is green, it's going to make this a gray, which is going to struggle to connect to anything. I think that actually might be the point. Yeah, so in the world where this is D-Web's point, if this is green, we force both of these to be gray. But remember, every gray needs to touch an arrow, and this gray is touching the border. So it's going to have to touch that arrow. It's not going to get to touch anything else, I don't think. Actually, is it maybe plausible that it's touching that one? That seems insane, but maybe it's possible. That seems even more ludicrous, but yeah, this one as well. So it's going to be at least, let's see, this way it would be 8. This way it would be 7 at a minimum. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, that definitely doesn't work. This can't be a 7. So it couldn't be that one. And I think this one's even worse, actually. I think this one's 8, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 9. Yeah. That one actually, unfortunately, that one's a little bit more plausible. Uh, uh, oh yeah, the you're not allowed 2 arrows in one area, so you can't shade both of these. Yeah, you can't shade both of these. So actually, I think you might need 8 of 8. But I think the point is, the point with this is that actually this forces this cell to be shaded. I think that's the whole point of this, is that if this is green, it forces this cell to be the shaded one. And I think that's the problem, because that means all of this is unshaded. And that means that this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. The point is, this needs to see something, or there needs to be something in this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right. This would need to have an extra cell, but it doesn't have any extra cells it could get. So that definitely does break. And I think the point of that is actually about the gray getting forced out under here. So that cell's definitely gray. Yeah, this region needs a cell not seen by this arrow to make up for the fact that right, was that what I want to say? Because if this sees only things that, right, because there's 2 cells up here versus 1 down here. So yeah, so this region needs an extra cell not seen by this arrow, because it's currently at 1, but it sees 2 cells not seen, or that aren't part of the region. And so you have to be a little bit careful with where that one is going to go. Yeah, it is true. These are always unshaded because either that cell is shaded, in which case this region is now done, or that cell is unshaded, which makes that a 6, and then makes these 2 unshaded. So these 2 are certainly unshaded. In both universes, I think that is gettable. Row 14, column 3 also is being said. Yeah, the either this connects here, in which case then that's unshaded, or this is a 6. So yeah, so this is always unshaded. Okay, so now actually, whichever of these is gray is going to be a disaster. Interestingly, whichever of these is gray, I know the path moves like that. Uh, can't connect to the gray bar. Oh, right. So yeah, so this has right. The point is now this gray has to connect there. Okay. And so now it just is a 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry. Uh 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. So other way? What? Oh, right. Okay. So our elaborate look ahead proved the wrong thing. Is that what you're saying? I think our elaborate look ahead proved the wrong thing because, right, one of these two is gray. Either of them connects this to an arrow, so this can't possibly be gray. And so what we did before was just completely wrong. Uh, so these are all gray. This is now a 6. Uh, we assuredly have that. Uh, uh, Oh, actually, I think what we ruled out before was the possibility that this was gray. I think that's what we did before. Uh, and now this, I think, assuredly can't be gray, right? Because now that we've got that green cell, this being gray is just not going to work. Because we could shade at most 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Yeah. So now that being gray is not going to work, which forces this to be gray. Makes this turn here, making that green. Like that. This assuredly can't be much larger because, again, it's at most 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's at most 8 in size, and it's already 6. So this can only be 6, 7, or 8 in terms of its size. For what it is worth. Let's see. I did subtract 2. If I did this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 minus 2 is 10 minus 2 is 8. But I subtracted 2 by starting here. And then subtracting 1 at the end. Let's see. There's already a loop cell in the row AFK. Let's see. Row 7, column 3 is loop. That's a very good observation. So that means my loop does that. So now this is a corner, which forces my loop to do that. Right. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. So the point is I need to unshade one of these and one of this gajillion cells. That's the point. Is so one of these two needs to be unshaded and one of these 5 needs to be unshaded is AFK's point. And so because otherwise I connect those two, and therefore this can't actually be an 8. Okay, I agree with that. I think that probably tells me this cell has to be green. Because if this cell is not green, then I'm saying that 7 of these cells need to be shaded. starting here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I suppose the point is I actually need an unshaded cell on both sides of this 1, 2. And so, in fact, actually, if I look at this, if I made this shaded 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I actually can shade at most 6 of these cells. If I make this a 7, because of this 1, 2 needs to not grow to be too big. Oh, no, that's... No, I do. I need one over here, and I need one over here. Okay, so I think we've proven that this cell is green. I think. Oh, is 8 actually possible? Sorry, there's actually a possibility for 8 as long as I shade that cell, it sounds like. So let's go back and let's go back to allowing it to be 8, and let's think about some other part of the grid probably. Let's see. Let's see. I can shade. In fact, actually, how many of these 3 cells can I shade? I can't sell. I can't shade all 3 of these because it breaks the 6, 7, 8. And if I shade 2 of them, I think it breaks loop stuff because I've got these 2 loop ends to get out through here, through these cells, right? I can't. So I don't think I can shade 2 of these in any combination without breaking this piece. So I can shade at most 1 of these, plus that one is 2, plus that one is 3. So this is never larger than 3, is the point that I am trying to make. Am I wrong? I'm saying you can't shade 2 of these 3 cells. Oh, I could shade these 2. I could shade the top 2. Oh, never mind. You could shade the top 2, can't you? Never mind. You can shade the top 2. In my brain, I tried every other combination and convinced myself that it broke the loop ends, but I don't think it breaks the loop ends if I put the top 2 as the shaded ones. AFK is again convinced that this can't be 8. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we've got 10 cells here. And AFK was telling me I could not use the shortcut of deleting this, was basically the point, or sort of not thinking about this. I do know I need to not shade 1 cell so that these aren't all part of this. So I guess here's how I have to phrase this. I have to say, to make this not too big, I need to not shade 1 of these cells. In fact, actually, let's just make it easy. I need to not shade 1 of those 2 cells because otherwise I merge this arrow with that one. I need to not shade 1 of these 2 cells because I need to not merge this arrow with this one. And I need to not shade 1 of these 2 cells because otherwise I make this too big. And so if you now count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, that because of the 3 orange strips, that means that you can shade at most 7 of the cells, so it cannot be 8. So that breaks. There you go. There's a nice, elegant explanation of that. At least I think fairly elegant. So now every combination of shading 2 of these breaks. So now this is a 1, 2, or 3. Okay, yeah, that's a good point, right? So Garian points out a really smart point about this arrow, which is that if this is a 2, that's the cell that's gray to make it a 2. Otherwise, it's a 1. So in all universes, all of these are green, which is pretty handy. Probably also would have made that deduction nicer. If I had that, then I would have only had to draw 3, or only had to draw 2 orange strips, I think. Let's see. What else have we here? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, and I definitely need to unshade one of these. Need to unshade one of these. See, Globagob says you need to unshade one of row 10, column 5 or 7 to avoid a dead end. That's true. I cannot shade both of these because that will create a dead end for sure. So I need to unshade 3 of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cells. That does indeed make this a 6. Agreed. So that makes these green. Very nice. Now column 7, 8 have to be right, because now if you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, we know one of these 2 has to be green and one of these 2 has to be green. Sorry, one of these 2, yeah, one of these 2 has to be green and one of these 2 has to be green. That's all the greens. So now these are gray for sure. Which is interesting. So that creates some cornerage. So these become green. That's green. Thank you, MicroStudy. So this almost certainly has to join that arrow, right? Can I prove that if this is green, then we destroy the world? I think maybe it could plausibly do that or something crazy like that. Right. This now just is a 2, right? So because I said one of these 2 is green, it can't be 2 of these 2 are green or we break the row. So therefore there is an extra shaded cell. So this is definitely a 2. Okay, I agree with that. See numbers in a grid, it must be a Sudoku. Although the rules apparently don't actually inform or encourage you to fill in numbers, I just started doing it anyway. Oh, right, and this is also known because it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It just is an 8. Is that, did I count that correctly? I think it is an 8. Let's see. At least one of these two is green, but I don't think I see any reason a priori why they can't both be green. Oh, we can definitely do loop parity now, because I know that there's two vertical loop passages through here, Garion is pointing out. Because whichever of these is gray, if that one's gray, the loop has to do that. If that one's gray, the loop has to do that. So there's two vertical loop passages, three vertical loop passages. And the group needs to cut, the loop needs to cut every line an even number of times. And so Garion's point ultimately is if this doesn't go up, then we cut the border between row 9 and row 10 an odd number of times. So we can't do that. So therefore that must loop. That must be a 1. And we have that. And another Shameamino is born indeed. It is tragic at its core, but what are we going to do? Yeah, and we've previously said these can't both be shaded. Do I know anything about, like, one of them can't be shaded? I don't think I do. I think neither of them could be shaded is definitely a possibility. Let's see. If this is gray, these two are both gray, I think. Or sorry, if this is gray, at least one of those two is gray, because if this is gray, remember this is green, and my gray has to grow carefully. Maybe I can prove that has to be gray, but that sounds kind of painful, but I think I probably could prove that has to be gray if I absolutely have to. I don't think it would do anything, so I'm not too enthusiastic about it, but I think I could prove it. This is a 1 or a 2 I've never written in for what it's worth, because if it were a 3, it would be a 4. Let's see. AFK says this is max 4. Because I can't shade both of those, for example. So I certainly get to max of 5. It's certainly not a 1 either, for that matter. Yeah, and I can't shade both of those because it would merge these two. I do think it's going to be... Oh, I think it's just going to be flat out impossible for this to join anything but that. Because this certainly can't join that arrow, because that arrow is a 1, 2, or 3. And if it joins it, it's not going to be a 1, 2, or 3. So I don't think there's any way... I mean, there's no way it joins the 8. So yeah, I think this has to join that, which I think makes this a 4 or a 5 only. And assuredly means that this needs to be gray, right? If this is green, I think this just never finds a home. So I think this is gray. Row 12, column 12. Oh, could it just get away with some nonsense like that? But that creates a dead end. So it would have to be a lot more nonsense. I don't think it can get to row 12, column 12 without creating a dead end. Although I admit I didn't think about it. But I think that would create multiple dead ends in the process. And there's no way for it to... 3 dead ends. No, 4 dead ends. But yeah, I don't think there's any other way for it to get down there. So I do think this has to be gray. Yeah, I guess the other way to say it is if this is green, you could just do the hypothetical. If this is green, because the loop goes through here, all of these are green, and now this gray, you can trace where the gray has to end up, and it ends up connected to this pretty much immediately. So if you want to run the argument the other way, I think that works out well for you, probably better than this. Uh, so so this is 4 or 5. This cell is always green. Because if this cell is gray, then it's now 5, and it makes this cell green. And if this cell is green, it's a corner, and that makes this cell green. So this cell's always green. Garion says it slightly differently, but Garion says the same point. So now either 2 of these are gray or all 3 of them are gray. If all 3 of them are gray, it creates a dead end. Because if all 3 of these are gray, we now have this problem where one of these is going to be a dead end. Now, this is a thing I don't have a word for, but I would like to have a word for, because this is a loop pattern you see fairly often. Of the sort of the split is going to force a dead end, but I don't. If anyone has a good word for this exact situation, please let me know. Anyway, this is definitely a 4, is my point. So that makes all of this green, which does indeed make that gray. And now because this is a 2, that makes all of this green, which then makes that gray. Jay calls it a T-junction. Interesting. Okay, so now I can do stuff like woo, and woo, and the associated greenings. This can be a 2 if I want. Yeah, and now this is a corner. Is a good point. Everyone does indeed love a good woo. This is very true. Okay. I think I'm now prepared to say that this cell has to be gray. Okay, but let's do the easy bait first. This is a corridor, so we pull that through, which means we pull that up. Like that. Yes, this is definitely shaded, because if this is unshaded, it's kind of funny what happens. If this is unshaded, then these are both shaded, and now this is a like weird dead end into nothing. So that cell's definitely shaded, which does indeed pull this down now through the corridor, so that becomes green. If this is gray, the thing below it is gray, and that strikes me as something that would break, but maybe it doesn't. It in fact might not actually break, in the way that I thought about it. Oh, it's actually this one that can't be gray. It's actually this one. It's our T problem again. If this is gray, then we have this T shape, and I like that. Yeah, T intersection is a good word for it, because it forces. Basically, one way to think about it is it forces 3 separate lines to intersect. Is maybe a bit cleaner way to think about it than my dead end way, because it creates 3 corridors that all go to the same place. So that can't be gray. And so that is okay. I think I've just been sort of thinking about that in a different way than I should. So now this is definitely gray because it's a dead end. And so now we can sort of pull our loop over here. And now pull our loop over here. Yes, sadly, no threesomes in this particular puzzle. This now needs to be green because this loop needs to get out under it, because otherwise this loop end becomes trapped in the bottom. So all of that is green, and I force that because the loop needs to get out. So this is a 4 or a 6. Those are the two options. Oh, but 6 is horrible. The 6 option, the 6 option breaks, although it breaks after more than one step, but the 6 option forces, so if this is a 6, all of these are shaded, which now means all of these are shaded, which now means I'm obligated to shade at least 13 cells of these cells, which is not going to go well for you. So it's like one step further, but not, I don't think it's too bad to see that that's going to end badly for you. So those are 4, and now we can go, bloop, 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 woo! There we go. Okay, so if this is black, it creates a T, because it creates a T at this spot, so I can't do that. So this is green. There we go. See, naming things is great. We don't want to create any T's. But these could maybe join. That would probably be okay. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I have to shade 6 of these in total. Sorry, 4 of these in total. 4 of the 6. 4 of the 6. There we go. I mean, I assuredly can't shade this 4. I think. Yeah, I can't shade that 4 because it connects this to the 8. So if I can't shade that 4, that means one of these two is definitely shaded, but that seems silly. So the point in chat going on is that these two cells are going to connect. They're either going to connect here, or if this goes up, it's then just going to connect there. So they're either going to connect across these or connect across these. So if those are basically connected, I definitely can't connect those. So I must do that, and then I must do that. And now I think my point about these 4 can't be shaded does indeed actually force this to be shaded. So again, the reason why I can't shade these 4 is that if I do, I've created this sort of death trap for loop ends, so no loop can come in because it can't get out. But now my 8 both contains more than 1 arrow and more than 8 cells. So if I can't shade all 4 of those, I must shade that one, which is good because it pulls this loop under here, pulls this loop over here. Let's see. If this is gray, it creates a T. Because if this is gray, again, we have this sort of T shape. So this is green, which now makes this gray because the gray needs to grow. So yeah, so this is a minimum of 4. Okay, here's a weird argument. If this loop turns this way, then I need to make one of these green, which makes both of them green, which in particular makes this cell green. So this cell's always green, regardless of what happens. Yeah, okay. So yeah, AFK has a cleaner way to see it, which is that if I push this into the left side, then I now have 3 loop ends here, which is going to be a problem. So in fact, it definitely does that. Okay, which now means that these two can't connect because they leave these greens without... Oh, I guess the easier way. This is a corner. That's the easier way to say the thing. I was going to say something really complicated, but this is a corner is an easier string of words to say than that. So this is now gray. This green is going to come around under here at least. So we've got that. Okay, and these two join. So these two still can't join in exactly the way that I just joined them, because these two are the other ends. Sorry, I way screwed that up. These two are going to join. Sorry, I thought I was in Sudoku mode, and then I did all kinds of damage. These two are going to join eminently, so therefore these two can't, is the problem, because those two connect on the other ends to these two. So this must go up in particular. Yeah, this is either loop or it's part of the 8. I agree. Right. This is now no longer able to be a 3. I agree with that. This is a 1 or a 2. Does that mean this cell's always green? I think that means this cell's always green. Yes. Because if this is a 1, then this is a corner and it makes this cell green. And if this is a 2, that's gray and this is green because the 2 is done. I have a feeling that wasn't a useful deduction. Oh, but now this cell can't be gray either, because if this cell is gray, it now makes that cell gray because of the arrow. So that cell's never gray. That's more useful, because it gets me a corner again and another corner. And we can green these. Yeah, same deal here. If this is gray, it makes that gray, which does not work. Okay, so now this is not a 3 anymore. And it can't be a 2 either, actually. This just is a 1 now, because I can't shade both of these for lots of reasons. So all of that is green now. And I know where the 1 is, so that's the 1. So this isn't a 1 anymore because of that. This is a cloister/corridor. So we can green those. Get there. This loop needs to get out somewhere. Oh, maybe it actually... Sorry, maybe there's an option where it connects like that. I kind of want this loop to have to get out this way, but maybe it doesn't. Yeah, AFK points out this can't be 3, because that very much... this loop needs at least 1 cell to escape. So I agree with that. This is a 1 or a 2. So now this cell is never shaded, for the reason that it would break the shading on this, because if this is shaded, it has to grow, and it can't. So for pure shading reasons, this is now green. Let's see. Okay, so now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I do need at least one gray cell above this, and it's either that one or that one. But as soon as this is gray, I also have to shade this one because otherwise I create a dead end, which was a deduction that I said like an hour ago. It feels like, but I didn't quite have the math know-how at the time. Uh, 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 Yeah, I mean, I know I need at least one more. I just wanted to know that at least one of these two had to be gray, because as soon as at least one of these had to be gray, that one had to be gray. That was my only sort of counting, and unless I can do more with the counting, uh, 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 yeah. In that instance alone, it wasn't me miscounting. Uh, Yeah, this is 4, 5, or 6. It assuredly can't be larger than 6. Yeah, I agree with that. This is 4, 5, or 6. Let's see. How many cells up here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I can't shade all of these. So it's at most 7, I suppose, although weird stuff. Okay, so the question is, can that possibly not be gray? And I don't think that can possibly not be gray either, because if I look at what cells I can make gray without touching anything else in an inappropriate way, which is not the phrasing I wish I had gone with there. If I try and make this gray grow, the most it can get to is 7 cells if I don't take this cell. It's these 7 cells. I can't make it take anything else without creating a dead end or touching another gray cell. So I think this always has to be gray, which I think is then going to force at least a little bit more. It's going to at least make this not a 6 anymore. Oh, okay. So right, that cell can't be gray because it would train wreck that spot. Because this end of the loop would go. So actually, and this is a very good spot from AFK, I can't take all of those cells. So this cell also needs to be gray, which is indeed going to force the loop down there. It's going to make this a 4. I guess that still doesn't quite tell me whether these are both gray or not, but it does at least tell me that that's a 4. Row 13. Row 13 needs another gray. Right. Sorry. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, row 13 needs another gray. Great spotting of clues that existed before. Boy, doing these sorts of puzzles is so much nicer with chat because they see the clues. Okay, so we still need one more gray cell. And it's one of these two, so this is always green. Let's see. 2, 3, yeah, one more gray. So it's one of those two is gray. So this cell's always green. Because either this is gray, in which case this is green, or this is gray, in which case this is a corner, which then makes this green. So this is always green. Let's see. I'd really like to say that has to be green, but I don't think I can quite say it as of yet. I certainly know this is at most 4. This is actually at most 3, just for purposes of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is at most 5, just to pencil mark everything recklessly. I guess I know this one's huge, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one's at least 6 in size. It could theoretically maybe take that many cells. Although I don't think that really works, actually. Because I think now that makes it... now it would need to take 9... Oh, maybe that does work, actually. Or maybe almost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I could do something like that. Oh, no, that doesn't work because of the... could do that, maybe. So I think... I don't think this can be more than 9, but I am unsure. Forces row 8, column 12 to be green. Yes. Okay, yep. Glob definitely has it. If this cell is green, then this cell is, of course, gray. And now this loop needs to get out. And so that destroys this by making it a 0. So that can't actually be green. That is a great spot. Evil setting in the best way, the best kind of evil. So that makes all of that green. Like that. Okay. We still can't have those 4 be the 4 that are shaded. Okay, so now this is a maximum of 1... Well, sorry, it's a minimum of 7. And a maximum of 10 still, I suppose. Although I think I might have convinced myself that there's no way to actually get to 10 cells, but I'm not going to use it unless I reconvince myself of it. Thanks, that's exactly what I was going for. If this is gray, that's gray. Which is, I think, going to force that to be gray. Yeah, AFK's pointing out these two definitely join each other. Eventually. In the fullness of time, as they say. I don't know why I didn't make that cell green. Okay, now this is definitely a maximum of 9, by the way, because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's technically 10 cells it sees. Oh, sorry, no, I could still gray all of these. That's fine. I think it would still be fine if I grayed all of those, as long as I got this to 10. Never mind. Okay. If this is gray, both of these are green. Oh, we're missing 7 8s. That is fair. I was trying to decide if there was a reachability argument about any of these cells. But unfortunately, I think this cell is just reachable with that if it's a 4. And that even works with loop parity, I think. It would, of course, be that 4. Oh, yeah, this could, like, run across the top like crazy, too, actually. That 4 breaks. Why does it break this count? Okay, this can't be as big as 5. Let's just, because I need to unshade. So there could be 2, 3. Oh, no, maybe it could still, sorry, it still could be as big as 5, I think. I don't think it is, but I think it could be. Row 5, column 5 always makes row 7, column 6 green. So if this is gray, it certainly makes this green. If this is green... okay, so yeah, so it's the if this is green one that's a little harder to see. If this is green, now we've created a corridor here, and so the point is now this is a corner, which still makes this green. So Garian's point is this cell is unconditionally green. Which seems good to know. Let's see. If these connect like this, then I'm going to get that kind of shape there. Oh yeah, this cell being gray creates a problem, because if this cell is gray, it's saying there's 2 more gray cells up here, and it would be those 2. So yeah, the second this is gray, this is a 3 that sees 1, so it needs to see 2 more. It can't see that one, so it just immediately creates a dead end there. That is a good observation as well. So this is 2 or 3. Okay, so either all of these are gray. But at least 2 of them are gray. So this one being green creates a T, to go back to our earlier discussion, because if this is green, it makes both of those gray. So this is always gray. I just realized the horrifying possibility that this gray is actually connected to that one, and not to this one. Oh, this can't be a 1. At the very least, I know this isn't a 1. I don't think that's going to tell me a gosh darn thing, but I can say it. This is a corridor now, actually, so that's rather big. Oh, my theory is looking good, because now this is now that's gray. Okay, and now this can't be green, because now this is a dead end, so that's gray. So this is a 3, which means that's also gray. So we do, in fact, sneak out over here. We do, in fact, come through here. Okay, and so now this is at least a 4. So now we have to do a lot of shading in here, as they say. So can I possibly get away with shading 1 here? It'd be 2, and then I would need to shade 2 over here. I don't think that worked out well. This certainly can't be gray, because if this is gray, it's going to create a corridor. Because if this is gray, sorry, not a corridor, a dead end. If this is gray, it's the last gray, and that doesn't work. So that's green, which is going to force all of that to be green. And in fact, this also to be green, because this is going to have to extend over there. So let's see. Memeristor says that I really can't make this a 1, because if this is a 1, then both of these are green. And so then I would have to make... Right, okay, yeah. So if this is a 1, both of these are green immediately. One of those is gray, and now in order to get this big, I need both of those to be gray, but both of those can't be gray. So this does have to be a 2. And it can't be these two, because that would break the 2. So this is always gray. Which means that's always gray, because if it's not, I create a dead end. I can't immediately see how either of these being gray breaks, but probably one of them does. But I don't see it yet. So there's 2, 3. So I do need at least one gray in here for what it's worth. So yeah, so now this digit is at least 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, this is a minimum of 9, and it's going to be awfully hard for it to be larger than 9. But I don't think I am prepared to make an exhaustive argument about what digits it could possibly be. Like, I think this 11 looks plausible-ish. Except I don't think this 11 makes it an 11. I think this 11 makes it a 9. Or sorry, I think this 11 makes it a 10. Yeah, so this is either 9 or 10 are the only ones. Is, I think, the point. I think I'm prepared to say this cell can't be gray. Because I think if this cell's gray, I don't think it can reach anything. Because it definitely can't reach the giant region without creating a thing, and it can't. All these others are too small. So I think that's universally green. And so now I think this has to be gray because of Dog's point that I know there's 2 over here plus 3. And so now I either need 4 or 5. But whether this one's in or not, I do need that one. So all of that becomes green. That still needs to be a 2, so that becomes shaded. This is a corridor, so let's green that stuff. This gray again needs to be a minimum of 9, and so if I count the cells that it could possibly take, it can't go lower than that. So if I count up here, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11. So in other words, if I don't make this cell part of it, I think I run into problems because then I can only get it to 8. So that cell's definitely part of it, which means these 2 are as well because I would create a dead end otherwise. So this turns the loop there. Okay, so now this is only a 3 or a 4 for what it is worth. Okay, and whether this is gray or not doesn't actually matter. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Things. There's another corridor in row 4. Aha, there is another corridor in row 4. Let's look at that one. There we go. So that is green. Okay, so now actually, oh no, never mind. Sorry, I was gonna try and do a counting argument, but I can't do a counting argument, I don't think. Over here, at least not immediately. Well, this isn't a 3 anymore. This is either a 1 or a 2 for what it's worth. Ah, yes. This cell being gray both creates a T and becomes unreachable. So this cell's always green. I definitely agree with that. And this cell just can't be gray because it's not connected to any grays. So this cell's always green. Okay, those could be, that one could be, that one could be. The fact that this is big feels very relevant, but I don't quite know what to do with it yet. Row 8, column 4 being gray breaks the loop. If this is gray, this comes over here, that comes down. Yeah, that... Right, that creates the sort of 3 ends in a 2x3 problem. Right, if this is gray, now just in this 2x3, I've got all of this stuff, and I can't make that work. So I agree with that. This has to be a 1, which does indeed force that, which makes that a corner, that a corner, that a corner. Okay, so these two ends are going to meet now by AFK logic, because either this is gray, in which case they meet immediately, or this is green, in which case a corner forces them to meet. So therefore, I can't connect these two. So that needs to go that way. I still can't connect them, so this needs to go that way. So that has become green. I was trying to convince myself that this being gray didn't work, but I didn't convince myself. See, Ambrose says this can't be green. Or sorry, can't be green. Because if this is green, now this is forced to take those cells, and it definitely creates a dead end here. That is cute. So that's definitely gray. Was that wrong? This is green. This is forced to gray, gray. And this end I know is connecting over here. Oh, but oh yeah, sorry. It's not actually a dead end, but the problem is this is a 3 and it's seeing 4. Okay, so it doesn't work, but I misinterpreted exactly what was happening. Fair enough. Uh uh if this is green, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't think this can be green either, actually, because if this is green, then this can take these cells and it can take this cell or not, but neither way gets this to the size it needs to be. So I think that's one more gray that we have over here, for what it's worth. Yes, yes, yes. These can't connect because that will break loop parity. Okay, yeah. So the if these connect, I will definitely have 3 total loops crossing the boundary between row 3 and row 4. It's always best, by the way, it's not intuitive because it's not what you do for any other puzzle type, but it's best to count loop crossings across lines between boxes. And so the point is, I definitely know there's an even number of crossings across this line that I've now drawn in for you. And so there needs to be one here, which means these cannot connect. So that means this must go up. So that has made this a 4. And now this can't go up, or I now have 5. So 5 is not a valid even number of loop crossings. So now this comes over here like this. This now must continue there. This must continue there and there. So that is green. And so my gray, again, needs to be a minimum of 9 in size, and it's not there yet. So that cell is always gray. But as soon as that cell is gray, so is this one. Yeah, it doesn't need to be a straight line. But you do your best to avoid like this sort of thing, because like if you draw the line through the center, so the problem if you draw the line through the center is you end up with lines like this, and you have to decide exactly how that resolves with one of these things. And the answer is it doesn't matter, because you either nudge it this way or nudge it that way, and it either turns into a 0 or a 2. And since you're only counting parity, it doesn't matter. But it just generally works out best. But you're completely right. You can draw your line on the edges and have it turn, and that's totally fine. Yeah, it often shows up along diagonal lines as well. So anyway, so this is forced to be green, and this is forced to be gray, because otherwise it would be a dead end. So now we get to go bloop, bloop. So we continue our woo. So we have that. These two again are going to join, which means these two can't, which is going to force that to come down there like that, force this to come down even once more, make both of those green. Also, this did become a 1, so that has become green. These indeed are a 10 now. This has become gray just because this needs to grow. In fact, this is a 4 for what it's worth. This is a corner. So we've got that. This is a dead end, so it is gray, and this 4 has 4'd its last 4. So that is green. This is a 2 now. This is a corner. Let's see. Oh, right. Okay. And so now this can't be gray. And this is a different problem I don't have a name for. Because yeah, I guess I don't have a great and elegant explanation for this. Sorry, this goes up here. Wait, this must be gray? Am I misremembering? I'm misremembering the part of the grid. I thought I knew before that these had to be connected, but I don't think I know that these two have to be connected. Because if this is gray, it definitely breaks. Because if this is gray, we just create a T per our previous discussion. So this needs to be green, which means this has to be gray, which means I better have misremembered about which two of those things happen. So that ends up there. This goes over here. Let me go bloop, bloop. Woohoo! Very nice puzzle, Jay. I like this one quite a bit better than my similar Yajalin Amino puzzle. Very, very smooth all throughout. Lots of cool, loopy fun. Quite enjoyable. Alrighty, I am going to take a quick break, and I will return with some other puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. I did not successfully hit the be right back button very well. Let's try again. It's not doing anything. Uh-oh. My Stream Deck has broken. One moment. I'm going to manually switch to be right back. Perhaps we will attempt it. Be right back. Alrighty, welcome back. Next up, we have a Sudoku pencil puzzle hybrid that is a hybrid with a genre of pencil puzzle I've never even heard of before, much less done one of. So that should be exciting for us all. So something about a sheep and wolf, and also we get to make fun of the way that I say wolf. So we have normal Sudoku rules. Diagonally adjacent cells connected by a black dot contain digits in a 1-to-2 ratio. A circle contains a low digit, and a square contains a high digit. Okay, if I just write that in the grid now, I won't have to think about it ever again. Middle digits... all low digits in the grid represent sheep, and all high digits represent wolves. Middle digits are neither animal. Draw lines on the edges of some cells to create cages. Each cage contains at least one sheep or wolf, but a cage cannot contain both. Lines cannot turn except where marked by a black dot. They can also go straight through a black dot, however. Lines may intersect one another, but must travel straight at their intersections. Dots cannot be connected to more than one line, but dots are allowed to remain unused. Both ends of a line must reach the end of the grid, or both must reach the edge of the grid. Okay. It feels like a lot of things, but we'll do our best. So we'll have low, high, and so I suppose we've got our fences here. I need to have a fence that goes between the 9 and the thing. Oh, there's an example puzzle at the LMD page. Let's have a look at the example puzzle. Except Tristan deleted it from the page. Oh, but there it is. There's a link in the chat. There. Okay. I see. Okay, so this is to a like puzzlink sheet with that is not super useful in that view. Let's see. So here is an example of what is happening. So you can imagine you have your grid. You're not allowed to have your lines branch. You're not allowed to have a crossing line on a point. You're not allowed to have your line curve not on a point. Your line doesn't connect to the chassis. I'm going to guess it means to the edge of the grid, but chassis is a delightful word there. An area has neither sheep nor wolves. an area has both sheeps and wolves. There's a dead end line. Your lines are not supposed to dead end. And then here is one where it is all nice. Okay, so I'm going to forget one of those rules, I am sure. But we can at least do that. And this can't turn except on a dot. So I know the line goes at least that far. And I probably should make this line actually not black, I realize, because I need to know whether it turns here or not. Oh, oops, sorry. I didn't actually switch back to my my thing. I don't know why Sudoku Pad converted it to dark mode, but actually the line has to turn here because these two are opposites, right? Or do I not care about the fences that are given? I'm not actually sure. I'm not 100% sure. Does it say in the rules somewhere how I'm supposed to treat the borders between boxes? So I'm not actually 100% sure whether this is supposed to turn here or not. I do know that there are no given fences. Okay, so the boundary between borders is not a fence. Okay, so I definitely don't want to use black. In which case, then I'm obligated to turn there. Oh no, I could have no, I can't have a crossing fence at a dot. No crossing fences at dots. Also, there's a 1, 2, 3 triple in this column, so these digits are all neutral or high for what it is worth. Okay. Yeah, the box borders are very thick, as Globaglob says. Yes. Okay, this 7, 8, 9 is on a black dot, and so had better be an 8. Is a good point. So we get an 8. I had forgotten about the Sudoku part, so let us bring out Zach for the 8 dance. Boop boop ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop ba-doop. Whee! Ba-doop 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 ba-doop. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Yeah, I think I ran into a similar problem with Jello, actually. This fence just has to continue all the way to the edge of the grid, right? It can't turn anywhere else. I think all of that is actually forced, right? Because the fence is not allowed to turn except at a dot, and there aren't any dots, I believe. Anyway, this is a 4, which makes it gray. Let's see. Okay, and if this is a 2, it's a 1, but this could be a 3 with a 6. In no instance, though, is this... Oh, no, sorry. I know specifically. I actually know that there's not a fence here or here because of the rule about intersections, right? If there were a fence here, so there's not a fence there either, and there's not a fence along any of these spots because that would be a fence meeting at a dot. And so because of that, this can't be low. So this must be high or mid, but it can't actually be high either because the only high digit that goes on a black dot is 8. So in fact, this must be mid, and it's a 6 opposite of 3. So these two are not 3s. Okay, so now this opposite of 1, 2 can't be opposite a high digit. So this is either blue or gray, just for the record. Let's see. have a very weird observation, I think. I don't think... I think these two have to be the same. Because if these two are not the same, then this cell sees a 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8 sextuple and can be nothing that can go on a black dot. So I have no idea why, but I think that doesn't feel like a real deduction, but I think it's true that because this needs to have a black dot value, I think it needs to do that. I guess here's the easy way. I guess there's a perfectly reasonable way to say that, which is to just say this cell has to be blue, because it's not 4, 6, or 8, and it goes on a black dot, so it's certainly 1, 2, or 3. That would have been a much saner way to say what I did rather than the contrived way in which I actually ended up saying it, but we'll go with it. Anyway, that's a 1, 2, 3 triple here, so these are all gray or orange, and we won't talk about that ever again. So we've got that going on. And gray or orange is always opposite blue, because there aren't... Oh, no, sorry. It could be 4, 8. Sorry, it could be 4, 8. Sorry. I definitely said that wrong. It's definitely not true. Oh, I could also note that this cell definitely can't be orange because the only orange dot is 8. And the only gray digits are 4 and 6, and this one can't be 6, so it's definitely a 4. Which has made this cell a 2 or 8 for sure. Okay. I'm trying to see if any of the options here break, obviously. I do know, by the way, that these are gray or orange. And I know one of these is orange, at least. So I have at least one fence separating this from one of those. I don't quite know what to do with that deduction, but seems... Maybe I know I have the vertical fence, actually. Maybe if I don't have a vertical fence here, then... right. I know one of these two is orange, too. That's how I should do it. One of these two is orange, and there's no fence between these two. So I need a fence between there. That is a way to see it. I probably want to make the different fences different colors. So that one makes it goes at least to there and then goes all the way down, I believe. Oh, and again, now I need a fence between these because one of these two at least is orange just by the box. So I need a fence that runs between these. So we can fill in that over to there at least. Sadly, I don't have as many fence colors as one might hope for. Okay, so... So we have all of that. Okay, so I guess this could be the last blue as long as there's also a fence running horizontally, but it would have to run horizontally the whole way, weirdly enough. If this was an 8, the green fence would have to turn. Might as well fill in that could be 1, 2, or 4. No fence between row 3, column 1, and row 4, column 1. Right. Okay, yeah, there's definitely no fence here because every fence needs to contain at least one wolf or at least one sheep. So there's definitely no fence there because it would be a fence that only had a capybara in it. And we don't want any capybara, or we don't want any fences that only contain capybaras, although frankly that's probably the fence I would most want to visit. Let's see. I mean, it would be really convenient if this wasn't orange. If this was orange, I'd force a line there and a line there. But I don't see a problem with that out of at least out of principle. Let's see. One of these cells is low or high because there's only one more gray in the column. One of these cells is a 4. We can say that. Maybe I should just be like corner marking 5, 7, and 9 in these cells, for example. Because you can't put a 5, 7, 9 in a black dot, and likewise you could do that with a 5 and a 9 over here. I don't know how much that helps, but it feels like the kind of thing that could be sudokologically useful at a later date and time. Let's see. What else can one do? Like, it would be really convenient to put the 8 there. It would be really inconvenient to put a 7 there. But it is worth noting, perhaps, the only high digit this can be is 7. And the only high digit this can be is 9. Let's see. I know these two are the same, but let's see. Storm Climber believes these are either all high or all low. Can we not? Or maybe we can put fences between them, but it doesn't change it. I don't quite see it. Is there a rule that I can't have a fence with sheep next to a fence with sheep? Yeah, this can only be high if it's an 8. Okay, well, this cell is never high. How about that? That I can at least write. This is either low or gray. This cell, sadly, I think can be... Well, I guess the cell can't be anything. It can't be a 1. This cell can be nearly anything. Yeah, I know there's a red circle over there. This can only be 8. Why can't it be 6? 6 there, 3 there. Yeah, I don't see what would have happened with the... What goes wrong with it being 6, 3? Row 3, column 3. Oh, it's on 2 dots. I have not sort of fully processed this dot. Right. Okay, yeah. So the right. So So these are 2 dots that are, none of them are 1, 2, 3. So they can only be 4, 8. And we know the order because of that. So that is good. So there you go. So this is not orange. Oops. This is not orange, and this is not gray. This is an 8, which does indeed force a fence there and a fence there. Although, sorry, this fence is blue, which then has to go all the way up. The purple fence has to then go all the way down. Like that. That's a 4 as well, which is capybara. This is not. Oh, I've turned off my conflict checker apparently. Lord. Where is the conflict checker? I swear it should be somewhere in here, but I cannot see it for the life of me. Conflict checker. There we go. Okay, so this is not a 4. Okay, so these are actually a 1-2 pair even. So I could even extend my my coloring of these. So this can be this can be red X, and this can be, oh, I probably don't want to try and draw a red box around it. Okay, so maybe I should actually do it as the other way. I should do it as, so these two are the same. Oh, no, not necessarily. Sorry. But these two are different. But this one could still be that one. Anyway. These aren't 4 anymore. Yes, these two need to be separated, which means they need to be extended by, or separated by the purple fence, which then has to go around like that. And it has to keep going all the way over. So the green fence now can't turn because then the green fence would fork. Oh, no, it could just be the green fence, right? It could be the green fence with the... No, sorry, fences can't cross at dots. That's one of the 18 rules. Fences can't cross at dots, so which would have to happen. Yeah, now the green can't turn. The green does have to keep going straight up. Like all pencil puzzles, I'm sure after I have done 6 of these, I will start to retain the rule set. This is more weird than most of the pencil puzzle genres. Can you bluify row 3, column 4? I can bluify row 3, column 4. That is a good point. Right. So yeah, so these cells are not fence. And so now this can't be high. This must be a 2, which makes that a 1 and a 2 and a 1. And a bunch of none 2s. Yes, we can also X the rest of this border. Because of that dot is a good point. The dot in box 3 needs a fence going down. Otherwise, you would have sheep and wolves together in the bottom. Can you elaborate? Yes, this is 3 because otherwise it would be a 2. 1, 1. I can get rid of my red circles. And if that's a 3, that makes that a 6. Hey, Joe, how are you doing? Okay, so that's a 6 just by Sudoku now. Yeah, 1 is in one of those cells. And 3 is in one of those cells. So yeah, the right, there's definitely at least one wolf here. Right. And there's at least one sheep here. So if I don't separate either of these, all of this is part of one fence, and it has both a sheep and a wolf in it. So that means we do, in fact, need to, and I'll use red again. We do, in fact, need that line to divide it. Row 2, 3 border wouldn't do it, right? Because I've got a 1 here and an orange here. So I have a blue here and an orange here, and I can't draw any vertical fences. So if I don't draw a row 2 or fence between row 1 and 2, then those are together, right? AFK? This is on a dot. Thank you to Eckbert for spotting that. So that is a 2. I can't draw a row 2, 3 border because that would put that would put 2 capybaras by themselves, and as adorable as that is, I can't. So that's not, and then because there's no dots in the entire row, that means there's no borders anywhere in the row. Like that. Yes, these are now in a region together if you sort of follow it around, and so follow the X's. So this is not high, and so the only thing it can be is a 5, and now this is high, and in fact the only thing it can be is a 9. 9 can't go in a fence with 1, which means the 1 now lives here. So we've got that. Okay, and so now this is also high and is an 8, in fact, because it sees all the lows and all the middles. In fact, this is just a naked 8 by all definitions. In fact, this is also a naked... Well, it's not also a naked 8, but it's also a naked something, and the naked something is a 7. And so now this is a naked 5, which has now made this a naked 9. Okay, and so now we know there is no 9 there. No 5 there, but also we need a fence here separating those out. So I'll do another red fence in this row. Yes, this fence needs a creature in it that is not a capybara. Oh, I guess the only thing that... I guess this is actually just a naked 3 even. But it was going to need to have something in it that wasn't gray. Sadly, there wasn't anything gray in the box, but I like the point. So that is a 7. This is definitely gray because it's definitely an offense with a 9, but it's not orange. And this is gray or blue because it's definitely an offense with blues. That is not a 5. Okay, these cells aren't gray because this row's 5 is actually down here now. So, and this 4 and the 6 are already there. So these are blue or orange, actually. And these are blue or gray. This is also blue or gray. So there's 3 oranges in these cells. If there's 3 oranges in these cells, that means there's no blues in these cells, because if 3 of these are oranges, that means if this isn't orange, the thing across from it is. So these are, in fact, both orange, and these are orange or gray. By that. AFK says that was wrong. Was it? Don't have to. It doesn't have anything to do with dividing column 5 and 6. It only has to do with the fact that I can't divide row 2 and row 3. I didn't make any reference to these being together. I only was saying in these 4 cells, 3 of them are orange, and therefore none of them can be blue. So yeah, so now that's the 3 just by sudoku, and now there's a 2 up in one of those 2 cells because we've got to put the 2 in a blue cell. AFK had the point that we can figure out what this digit is, namely it's a 7. And these are a trio of some sort. Let's see, 2, 5, and 8. So there's got to be a fence somewhere because we've got to separate the 2. So this one's certainly not a 2, by the way, because it's with the 9 for sure. Yeah, that's a good point. Garian points out this black dot square doesn't have a 3 on it at all, and so the only things that can go on it are 1, 2, 4, and 8. And so the 8 is at the bottom, so the 4 is not. And so this is 2 and 8, and therefore this is 1 and 4. For what it is worth. So these are a 7-8 pair by Sudoku. If you read across here, these are a 9 and a something, a 9 and a 4 or a 6, I suppose. Oh, but there's a 9 looking up. There we go. AFK has it. The 9 looks up at this cell, so this cell is a naked, not orange. So this cell is orange and is a 9. Rules 9 out of that cell. What joins the 5 and the 9 here? It's a 3. So these are 3, 5, and 9, just for the record, which now makes this a naked something. 2, 3, 4, 5. Makes this a naked 6. So there we go. There is our 6. Okay. I was trying to see if I knew anything about where 3 was in this box, but I don't think so. This is a 4. Thank you, Laura. Oops. Oh, I probably should divide the 2-8 pair. That's true. It's unlikely that those are in the same pasture, so we get to draw our red line coming down here. Okay, so in particular, there is no divide here or here, or here for that matter. So I can't make this the 4, 8, because if I make this the 4, 8, then that's a 1 and there's no divide. So in fact, that's the 1. I feel like I should have been able to explain that in a much better way. But basically, I realized all 3 of these were in the same fence, so that fence couldn't have the 8 in it. Would have been the better way for me to say it. That's blue. That's capybara. And now these 2 aren't separated, so I need a barrier over here, which is going to go straight down. And now this can't be a 9 because of that. This can't be a 3 because of the rule. This can't be a 3 because of the rule either. So in fact, that is the 3. So we've got all of that. This cell can't be low because it sees every low, and this cell can't be low because it sees every low. So I'm just going to mark those as being that. One of these needs to be high because otherwise this is a fence with nothing. This needs to be low, actually. This is a good point. This has become isolated by itself, and it can't be high, so it's low. This also needs to not be... this can only be 1 or 7. Because it's by itself, and so it can't be anything else. Yeah, I guess if the 7 isn't there, then it makes that a 1, but I think probably the 7 is more likely to be there, but we'll see. Let's see. Okay, so this little enclosure can be nigh unto anything. This is a 5 or a 6. And these are 2, 5, or 6. There aren't many good colors for fences, and anytime I was drawing a fence, if I wasn't worried about whether it was the same or a different one, and it wasn't going to be ambiguous to make it red, then I made it red. But yeah, it's yeah, okay. So something goes wrong if I create oh, right. Sorry. Just the 6 would be best. Sorry, I was thinking it was more complicated than that, and I needed to count that there weren't enough things I could put in empty pens. But no, I just can't divide these at all. because if I divide these, then I isolate the 6 by itself, so it can't do that. So those all join together, at the very least. So these can't be a 2-8 pair, because one of them is definitely a 2, if I just look at it, and they're in the same enclosure, so they can't have an 8 in them, which means this is the 8. And now I need to divide the 8 there, and we can make this fence yellow just for diversity reasons, just so we get that. Okay, so this cell and this cell both need to be things, because we've got a lot of sort of like 1 by 1 things here. Let's see. We've got some 1s going on places. Okay, I do actually know, if I sort of carry it out, I actually know there's no breaks over here as well, and I also know there's no breaks running down this column. So that is a worthwhile thing to notice. Let's see. We can't divide column 6 and 7 either, because that would leave... Actually, I don't fully understand why we can't divide column 6 and 7. I don't see it yet. Now, I assuredly... Yeah, I definitely can't divide column 5 and 6, because if I divide column 5 and 6... Sorry, no, I have to divide column 5 and 6 is what I meant to say. I have to divide column 5 and 6, because if I don't divide column 5 and 6, then all of this is one fence, but it's got an 8 and a 3 in it. So can't do that. So we're going to have to orange it up this column just for those purposes. So now this is a solo thing, so it's got to be a 2. Oops, wrong thing. This is a 2. Oops. And it's not blue anymore. 4 in row 6. Yeah, 4 in row 6 goes there. Agree with that. Let's see, yeah, the 8 and the 3. I know there's a 4 in here at least. I can only fit 1 total blue in all of these cells. Namely a single 3. So if I try and make this a low fence, then I'm going to have a 3 and 3 grays with it. It doesn't sound great. Unfortunately, I'm not 100% sure that it is broken. Yet, at least. It's true. The 4 does need a friend. That is not a 5. So that friend could be a 7 or a 3. Are the 2 options. Let's see. No 7s over there. No 8s over here. let's see, all of these, yeah, maybe I should just mark it. All of these are high or middle. And this is also high or middle, I know for sure, because it sees 1, 2, and 3. So there is a high number in this fence. For what it's worth, because nothing in it can be high or middle. Oh, and I know this fence is low because if I look at where 1 and 2 go in this box, 1 and 2 both go in this column. So this fence has a low in it for sure. So these are low or middle for sure. Oh, and that means the last gray in the column is here, because the last, if you count, that's 2 grays. So this is 1, 2, 5, 6. That's not 1 or 6. And so that makes that cell and this cell both high. Because they see... Sorry, no, it doesn't. Sorry. It makes this cell high, though, because this cell sees every low in the row and every middle in the column. So this cell's definitely high, meaning it's not a 5. It is a 7 or a 9 for sure. Meaning this isn't low. This is high. Oh, no, this cell... Okay, so now this cell is high. Yeah, so this cell's high because it's in a fence with a high, and it's not a middle. So it's got to be a high. And so it is now a naked 9, which makes that a 7, which I think is going to probably sort out most of this, because this is now blue and is a 3. So these are 5 and 9, and we in fact know the order of the 5 and 9. Uh-oh, did I cheat? Oh, I did cheat. Sorry, I did cheat, because I assumed we used the last middle here, but I don't know that we used the last middle here. MathPesto is right. Because these could just be a 1-2 pair, and there could still be a middle to go in this column. That is completely correct. Sadly. Let's see. Oh, I could pencil mark 6 in box 5. Ah, yes, that's a good idea. So yeah, I can pencil mark that one of these two is a 6, which actually makes that a 5 and that a 6. So now, actually, now we have all the grays in the column. So actually, this is a 1-2 pair. And this is now high for sure. Because it sees 1, 2, and 3. It sees all the lows and it sees all the middles. So that is 5 and 2 over there. Oh, could it have been a 1-3 pair? Oh, yeah, you're right. I didn't know there wasn't a 3 in it either. I just know they're both blue. You're right. Yeah, sorry, you're right. Yeah, these I know they're from 1, 2, 3, but I don't know anything else. Sorry. Yeah, I have this domino has thwarted me horribly. And it is worth noting AFK's point that I can't put a fence in this column because it would cause the 4 to be by itself. And so these are each also either low or middle for what it is worth. Yeah, this 9 joins the 6, so these are a 6-9 pair. Is true. 8 in box 8 is in this enclosure. So this enclosure is definitely definitely not a low enclosure. Okay, so that forces the 3 to actually be in here. Which makes this also, I mean, I guess it makes it blue in lots of different ways. That's a 1 or a 2, though. So that's not a 3. It is a 7. Making that a 1. Let's see. Oh, that has become an 8 and a 7. These are a 5. Oh, there's just no oranges left in the box. These are a 5 and a 3. Is what they are. So these can be pencil marks since they're each triples. This one is definitely high. And that one is definitely not. It would seem. This is a 2. For what it is worth. Oh, this cell is now sort of joined here. So this is either high or medium as well. Which now means that the only place for a 3 in the box is here. Owing to the fencing. Which now means this isn't high, it's medium. And it's only 5 as a medium. Meaning this is 9 and this is 5. Yeah, this has been a very cool puzzle. This feels like more different from the average pencil puzzle genre than the average pencil genre is from the average puzzle genre. Okay, yeah, there's a 6 possibly in here somewhere. This is 1 or... Oh, this is only a 1 because it can't be by itself. Or, sorry, because it is by itself, and it's not a 7, 8, or a 9, or 2, or 3. This just is a naked 1. Which makes that a 2, a 3, and a 1. These are a 4, 8 pair. It would seem. Let's see. Okay, this is not medium because it sees 4, 5, and 6. So this is 2 or 3. It is in particular low. These are medium or high because we've used all the things in the row. Oh, this one can't be medium though because it's by itself. So this is a 7 or a 9. And that's a 7, 9 pair in the row. That makes this not high because there's also an 8 in the row, you see. I mean, there's so few clues in this grid. Yeah, setting this is insane. I have no idea how someone would set this. Okay, and that's gray, and it is a 6. Makes that a 5, which has made this an 8, and that a 6. Making this a 4, and this an 8. Making this a 9, and this a 4. Oops, sorry, a 4. This feels like this would just break constantly with this rule set. Mad props for for sticking to it and making this work. Let's see. Okay. Okay, this is not gray because it's... Oh, actually, the column actually has all its grays now. So these are a 7-9 pair, and that is a 9, and that is a 7. So now this isn't orange, and this is. So now this isn't orange by the row, and this is, because the box still needs one, namely an 8 to go there, and that is a 6. Okay, so the 7 in this column can only now go here. Oh, sorry, that's not true. No, it is true. It is true because of the fact that, yeah, because this can't be a 7. So the 7 here is placed. That has made this a naked 5. So it is gray, which now has made this blue and this gray. And this cell has become the last blue for its column. And I think the coloring is now done. So I think we can fill in, this is a 5, a 2, a 5, a 3, and a 2. Very nice. I liked that one a lot. The very fun, interesting thing. Yeah, the weird genre. Yeah, how I'm curious, Math Pesto, how many sheep and wolf puzzles have you done before before setting this? Oh, right. Yeah, this gray that I use, I think I discovered the other day. This gray, like, basically is invisible. Is that true? Yeah, this gray, like, for whatever I can't tell why. For whatever reason, when I actually look at this, like, on the actual, like, what it looks like on stream, like, it looks completely different on my screen. But yeah, I realized this the other day. I should probably not use the gray that is indistinguishable. This just looks so blunt to me. I don't like using that gray for, like, thing that is not a thing. But yeah, I don't know why. It's so weird. Yeah, I only discovered this when I happened to look at it on stream the other day, but I'd forgotten it already. So thank you for reminding me. I will attempt not to use that gray to mark things that are significant. It probably is not good for me to use notations that are completely invisible. Yeah, I should probably modify that to be a gray that looks subtle but is still visible on stream is what I want. I'm not sure I know how to make a gray that is subtle but visible on stream, but I'll employ Tristan to play with it, and Tristan can test it to make sure it's visible. It could be a filter. Like, it's so invisible, it almost has to be a filter, because it looks nothing like it on my... It looks nothing like white on my screen. But, like, if I look now at the video, like, these two are different, and I really cannot tell that those two are different looking at it on the stream version. Like the... Alrighty, though, I am going to take a quick break and be back. I better put the coloring back, although I guess no one could tell. I am going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in a moment with more puzzleage. So see you all in just a moment. All right, welcome back. That's not a great view. How's that? That's much better if I get rid of the rules thing there. I realized that I promised in the Discord that I would, when I remembered, do a pencil puzzle tier list. So how much I like each pencil puzzle genre. Uh, Based on my experience with them. So I'm going to do that now for the rest of stream. So we're going to talk about these. I promised that I would do this like a million years ago, and then I completely forgot. So let's start. Uh, so uh, so we've got S, A, B, C, D, and never solved. And this is going to be very much informed by how much I like doing assorted hybrids with them, as well as how much I like doing them sort of straight up. I'll try and mention that. Uh, so we can start out. So Akari is the first one, and I do not like Akari. Akari is not like it's not like it's not like all the indexing genres in Sudoku when I talked about it. But I'm not a huge fan. But I sort of like it's sort of a I don't know that there's going to be anything I like less than Akari, but I don't hate Akari so much that it feels like it should be in there. Yeah, Sheep and Wolf is in here. Actually, Math Pesto that posted this. I kind of wonder if Math Pesto learned that Sheep and Wolf existed because of this. I'm not sure. Actually, no. I think Math Pesto actually made this list. So I think that is not true. Acre. Yeah. So Math Pesto definitely knew about it because Math Pesto made this. Yeah. Thank you for this. This is cool. I Naverio made one for Sudoku variants, so I did one from Sudoku variants a while ago. Yeah, I mean, I did a bunch of puzzles until now, ABJ, but I sort of have a little bit of time left over, and also I did promise I would do this eventually. Acre, I feel like Acre, because I did that KNT Acre puzzle the other day, there was a Corrado Acre puzzle the other day. I really liked that. I think that's going to pull Acre. Acre's somewhere between B and A tier for me now. It would have been a little lower before that, but that really sort of like made me feel like, yeah, I want to do more with this because the sort of the mechanics and flow of it are really cool. Just the like, oh, well, I've got 3 of these, so now I have to have one of these. Just sort of the way it chains together is really cool. I have not done a lot of aquariums that aren't part of hybrids. But I've done a fair number that are. I think aquarium can go in B tier. I think is fair. For me, although part of it is inexperience. I might like it more or less if I played with it more. It does seem like something that would be fun to do with like a Philomeno hybrid. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've done an aquarium Philomeno hybrid. But I think, yeah, I did that one, Selena. I did do one that was by Jesper at some point, at least one. Yeah, the next one's Army Ants, which I've never heard of. So I have not done any. I've done a battleship hybrid or two by Wisty that I enjoyed. So I'm going to put this like, I don't have enough experience with it to rate it much higher than that, but I did at least enjoy one of the Wisty puzzles that used the battleship variant. So I'm going to put this at least in the C tier, but I think this one has a lot of potential to grow. I'm not sure that Akari has potential for me to like it better, but the battleship has potential, but I don't know yet. Canal View is similar in that I've done a few of them. I've enjoyed them. It's kind of adjacent to Nurikabi, which, spoiler, I'm going to end up liking Nurikabi. But I haven't done a ton of them. It's not one that I've sat down and just sort of like binged on Puzzlink. On the other hand, Castle Wall is one I have just sat down and binged on Puzzlink. I think Castle Wall is I think one of the coolest loop genres, and it's also one of the loop genres that's like the furthest away from other loop genres. Uh, but like I think Castle Wall is a great one. I really like the sort of the inside the loop, outside the loop distinction. I'd like to do more. In fact, this is one of the things I've most tried to set that I've not actually successfully set is more puzzles that have a loop and have some rule about the difference between what goes inside the loop and what goes outside the loop. Like one of the things I've most tried to set is a loop Philomeno puzzle where the Philomeno pieces inside the loop have to be different sizes from the Philomeno pieces outside the loop or something like that. Maybe I'll try it with Pentomino sometime. I think I've done more than one awesome agent Castle Wall puzzle, actually. Let's see. Cave is just okay. Like generic Cave. I think Cave is one that sort of hybridizes well, but hybridizes well in the sense that it does so little by itself that I would not I wouldn't say anything exciting. I do sort of feel like I kind of actually want to put, now that I'm doing this, I feel like there's a noticeable difference between these two, but I don't really want to put Cave in B tier because it starts with a C. So I'm going to bump Akari officially down a tier. So Choco Banana is a delightfully weird genre. I'd put Choco Banana. I think it's probably like here with Canal View. Yeah, agent puzzles almost always make me really happy. There was one agent, like I think the first agent puzzle I did not like, but then I did not do one for a while, and then I did a whole bunch that I really loved. As happens. So Chacona is definitely S tier. I don't think Chacona is like one of the hippest genres of pencil puzzle, but I think it is one of the most diverse and one of the most fun for me, in my opinion. So I definitely like it. It helps that one of my very favorite puzzles I've ever set was a Chacona. Like my Chacona Philomeno hybrid is certainly my favorite pencil puzzle I've ever set. It was my puzzle I listed as my favorite puzzle I set last year, and I stand by those. Miami, if you're curious, that is one of my favorite puzzles I set. But it was really set as a love letter to Chacona and how much I like Chacona. Coral is exactly Cave, but with a no 2x2 rule, which bumps it up to the top of B tier, basically, because having a no 2x2 rule is just super cool by itself. Like it again sort of lends to that mechanical fun of like, oh, I have this, so I have this, so I have this. So it gives you that sense of flow that I think is really important for pencil puzzles. And the ones that I like the best are the ones that have sort of that coolest sense. And part of that might just be experience. But also, I think there's something about sort of like the no 2x2 rule, I think is like a really big addition to it. Having it is helpful when you're inclined to say no to avoid a 2x2 anyway. That is very true. I don't think this will surprise those who've watched me do a lot of these, but Country Road is... I'm not sure there are other S-tier genres. This might be it for the S-tier genres, but I really love Country Road. It is the coolest loop genre, in my opinion, because I love it doesn't have very many rules, which I also appreciate. Like, I can actually remember what the rules are. But they play together so nicely. And there's a real variety of logic in country road puzzles that I have not seen in other loop genres. Like I think, and I guess we'll talk about Massu and Yajalin later, but I have words to say about those. But country road I think is easily the best loop genre. Let's see. Creek I have never done. And now we have double choco, which is one where I know I've done it and I have to remember for a minute what on earth it is. So this is the one where you have to make shapes that are like copies of each other that touch. It's been fine. It's like Battleship. It's one that I think has potential to grow if I solve a bunch more of them that sort of really sort of do it for me. Like binging these on Puzzlink did not leave me like, oh boy, I really want to do more of these. But it's got potential. I feel like, and maybe there's the right thing to do it. This ABC one, I know I've done one, but I don't remember anything about it at all. Oh yeah, there's definitely some sort of weird visual filter, because I'm just looking at it now and realizing that the way this displays on screen looks nothing like it does on my screen. But yeah, I don't remember enough about this one. I'm even trying to remember when I solved some of them, but I know I did, but I do not recall. Okay, so Philomeno, perhaps surprisingly, I do a lot of hybrid Philomenos. I think Philomeno is a great hybrid genre, but like Cave, I think Philomeno is a great hybrid genre, mostly because it's so boring by itself. So like it's a great glue genre, but there's so like the idea of solving like more vanilla Philomenos fills me with a sort of pain. It's not actively painful, but it's sort of it doesn't feel flowy to me ever to solve vanilla Philomenos. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of variety, so it just sort of is one. But I do think it's like towards the top of the list. Like anytime you do a pencil puzzle hybrid, you need an interesting genre and a boring genre. And almost always Philomeno is a fantastic boring genre for your sort of hybrid most of the time. Hashi I've done, but I'm again going to put here because I remember so little of Hashi and so few of the ones I've done that I don't feel sort of it's one where I've done enough of them I could tell you what the rules to it are, but that's about it. So I don't quite want to sort of give that one a rating. Hebi Ishigo I don't recall. Wasn't expecting the Philomeno savagery. I mean, again, it's one of those things where it's like, I think it's like one of the very best genres to set with if you're doing something else with it. But by itself, I don't have a lot of love for it. The cranberry of pencil puzzles is a great way to put it. Yeah, like I do not want to eat like a pile of raw cranberries. Okay. It turns out that Akari is not the genre of pencil puzzles I hate the most. The genre of pencil puzzle I hate the most is anyone that involves dragging stuff around. I hate these so much. I've done a number of them, and every time I do them, I end up hating them even more than I did before. I don't know why. Like I can't like put like I can't quite put a like my finger on like why. Like I don't know that I could I can't name any like structural issues with it. I just find them to be excruciating. And I suspect there probably is a way to make it one that I like, but I am not sure. Okay. Heteron Heteromino, I think I've done, but I am not going to comment on because it's definitely one I could not tell you the rules off the top of my head. I think I've done it before, but I couldn't say much about it. Hayawake I really like. I think Hayawake is a lot of fun. I will say for Hayawake, I think the biggest knock for me against Hayawake is that it is a pain in the ass to learn because all of the rules in it or all of the consequences in it are super unintuitive. And so I'd say there's sort of like there's two kinds of pencil puzzle genres where in terms of the experience you'll have if you just sort of like pull it up on Puzzlink, set the difficulty to 2 and just do a bunch of them in a row. There's the ones where it's sort of like, oh, I get it right away, and you just sort of like iteratively do it, and then the more of them you do, the easier it gets. And then there's the ones that are really excruciating to do the first ones, and I don't mean like excruciating in a bad way, but like ones where there's a lot of really counterintuitive deductions that sort of really feel like in order to get a handle on it, you really have to do a lot of long look aheads. And eventually you internalize them and you learn a lot of tricks and you get used to scanning the really weird border rule, which has a similar effect to AFK mentioned earlier. The scanning border rules in Country Road is sort of weird because it's a really weird thing. So I think that if that's the kind of genre you're looking for, that kind of journey, the sort of the Dark Souls journey of pencil puzzle genres, I think Hayawake is a great one to do. But it is really weird. But anyway, once you do that, I think Hayawake is super cool. So I put it up here, but I put it up here with a caveat that I think like in terms of learning it, I think learning it is very strange. Ice Barn is like on the border here between sort of like I don't know that I've solved enough of them, so I think I'm going to put it down here. I've solved a few of them. I could tell you what the rules are, at least mostly, with medium accuracy. But I'd like to see more. I certainly am open to doing more of them. But I don't, and I've never done any like hybrids with Ice Barn or anything like that, I don't think. And I've done some vanilla ones, but not too much. Like I've mostly done gaps of them, which I've enjoyed, but I've enjoyed just about every gap I've done. So that doesn't quite count. Okay. I don't know anything about Kochuko. Also, I'm noticing Compass is not on this list, by the way. I should just say, for me, I guess since Compass is not on this list, that Compass would also be S tier for me in terms of pencil puzzle genres. So if you're looking for that, I would definitely put that there. Lits, I have done some, but not, again, this is in the like not enough to comment category for me. Massu, I gotta say I do not love Massu as I think it's like I don't love it at the C level, probably. Like it's different than these ones that I say like I haven't done many. I've done a number of Massu puzzles, but it's one I never love any of the deductions in Massu puzzles. That they tend to be weird look aheads that then like never sort of then sink into like, oh, I get it kind of thing. Like it feels very unflowy and repetitive, which is like a bad combination for me is my experience with Massu. I'm curious if there's any like huge Massu enjoyers in chat that will say they have a very different experience with it, but it has not been one that I have found. Mid loop, I have loved some of the hybrids I've done with it, but I haven't done that many mid-loop hybrids, and I haven't done any. No, I've done some actual mid-loops, but it's another one I'm going to put in the like I haven't solved enough to have a solid opinion Like I can't say like some of these ones where I said like the battleship or the double choco. I've done enough that I feel like there's potential that I want to do more. Uh, uh, I will say, Selena, I do think that Glipperal mid-loop puzzle, which I assume is the one you've seen, I will say that is probably my favorite Cracking the Cryptic video, at least if you exclude Cracking the Cryptic videos that are by me. Uh, uh, Monsoon, I think I've literally never heard of. Uh, Nori Nori, I'll put as solid B tier. Like Nori Nori tends to be pretty flowy. Uh, I wouldn't quite put it above Coral or Acre or whatever, but oh, Moon Sun is right up my alley. Okay, I will definitely have to hunt down Moon Sun ones if it is similar to Country Road is a great way to get my excitement up. But yeah, Nori Nori is totally fine. Nurikabi I really like. Nurikabi is one that like there are these companies that put out like apps with thousands of puzzles that you can get for your phone. So and Nurikabi is like the perfect like going to bed at night, relaxing, doing puzzles like that one more. Turgana said Masu was their Zen genre. I'd say Nurikabi is closer to my Zen genre. I really enjoy this. I will say, yeah, I really don't like reachability deductions in Nurikabi as a rule of thumb. I find it to be quite it can be quite annoying. Yeah, there certainly are bad Nurikabis. Like there definitely are Nurikabis that are unique, but not for any interesting reason. But well-made Nurikabis, I've quite enjoyed. Now Nuramazi, and I apologize for how I'm pronouncing all of these. Jovial got me into Nuramaze, and I really enjoyed doing them. I tried to set something like it, and I failed horribly. But it is an incredibly bizarre genre that I feel like it's one of the more obscure ones on here, although maybe just the more obscure ones are the ones that I have said I've never heard of. But I feel like it's one of the more obscure ones I've done. But it involves building a maze with only one solution is basically what it involves. And so you have some various clues that help you do that, but the logic involved is very weird. Oh, there's a double Slither Link Nuramaze by Mixo. Oh, that's interesting. Nuramasaki sounds familiar now, but I can't. I swear I've done a number of them, like enough of them that I should know, but I can't think of it. Karuto is also not on this list. I would also have listed Karuto as being high on my list of pencil puzzle genres. It probably would have landed in here. I feel like if I like look up Nuramasaki and do one on Puzzle Inc., I'm going to be like, oh yeah, I liked these because I feel like I've done a bunch of them, but it is not ringing a bell now. Everything I said about Philomeno is also true of Pentominus. Like I think Pentominus is a fantastic glue genre to do something. I don't really love it by itself. Like I think really it plays almost an identical role to Philomeno, where it is like the perfect hybridizing genre because it has a lot of sort of deductions that come up naturally. But it's one of those genres, and this is true of both Philomeno and Pentominus, where when you solve a puzzle that's a pure Philomeno or a pure Pentominus, it feels like every clue that was added to the grid does exactly one thing and nothing ever changes into anything else. And so it always sort of feels like, oh, we're going to sort of do like one thing and then a little bit and then a little bit sort of. So it really sort of is very nice when you sort of mix it with something else. So you get that kind of flow to it. So a hybrid with Pentominus in it is one of the, is one of my favorite. Like a hybrid with Pentominus in it will get my attention very quickly. but the sort of like the general ones, I'm not gonna like leap out at them. But I'd certainly rather do a pure pentomino than a pure philomeno, for what it's worth. Pentopia, I've done one. And I certainly couldn't tell you what on earth it was, but it was by Ben's Joyful, I believe. Who does all of these awesome pencil puzzle hybrids, usually hybrids with Star Battle, which I see we'll get to Star Battle later. But anyway, that is a cool thing. Anyway, Ring Ring is yeah, probably also D tier for me. I'm never going to be Tirganis does point out that Pentominus is probably the only puzzle genre where you can make clues that say uwu, which makes it superior. That is true. That is a big advantage. I think of Eric as being the one who invented Acre. I don't know if Eric made a lot of Ring Ring puzzles. I do remember having some lingering trauma from doing a 3-dimensional Ring Ring puzzle, which really broke my brain horribly on stream at some point that someone set for some setting challenge. I don't remember exactly. I don't remember exactly who it was. It wasn't a bad puzzle, but boy, did it hurt my brain. And it was one of those ones where every time I made a deduction, someone in chat was like, no, hold on, that's not right. And that I had to go back. It was that for like every single step until the puzzle was done. So it was very, very counterintuitive. Yeah, it was 3 faces of an isometric cube. That's exactly right. Sasha Gane. Was it yours? It might have been yours, Ambrose. Playmaker says, how dare I put Hayawake at anything higher than a C? It's possible if I did more Hayawake, it would be lower, but certainly like these are meant for the best. Let's see. Sasha Gane, I would say, is probably here. I've done a number of them. I will do more of them. I think it has potential. But I haven't done enough of them to be like, oh yeah, that's the stuff. So probably in there. Scrin. I was gonna say I've never done one, but looking at the sample, I've definitely done one. But I don't remember. Like I've not done many, and I don't have strong memories of them. We'll say. Yeah, I think I enjoyed the ones I did, Playmaker, for what it's worth. Shaka Shaka is another one that does not click for me well. Like it's cool the way that everything is completely broken and weird, because of the fact that everything is on a diagonal, but at least I have not dived in deep enough with Shaka Shaka to feel that it's anything more than weird for weirdness' sake, at least is my my experience. I know it's one of the ones that I know a few people really like it. I had never done Sheep and Wolf until today, but definitely the one I did from Math Pesto definitely left it in the potential. So it's in the C, but sort of like grouped with some of these ones in the C. The ones over here on the right side of the C range are, I've only done a little, but I see the potential and would like to do more. Did a bunch of it Shaka Shaka from that instructionless thing. I don't think I saw that instructionless thing. Shikaku. Shikaku is fun. Do I like Shikaku enough to put it in the B tier, or is it going with this, like, I think Shikaku's also going in this group of, like, I see the potential, but I don't, like, I've done a number of them, and when I see a Shikaku hybrid, I don't immediately leap out and go, oh, I want to do that. And it's definitely not a genre that I like will pull up high on my list of if I want to sort of like pass time by binging stuff on Puzzlink. It's not high on my list there either. So I guess it's kind of like pretty solidly in C tier, but I have no negative feelings about it. Uh, but given the amount I've done, maybe I have no negative feelings about it. Isn't the most ringing endorsement that anyone could give about anything. Okay, so I've only done a handful of Shimaguni, but that one definitely has a lot of potential. I've really enjoyed MicroStudy had a Shimaguni Philomeno hybrid that I really liked, but there've been others that I've done. It's one that I've done a few of, not enough to say it's like an absolute favorite, but I think it is. I think it has potential to be one of my absolute favorites if I do enough of it. That is my theory. I don't even really think simple loop is a puzzle. The purple font on Yin Yang is hurting your head. I simple loop is barely anything. Selena lists simple loop really highly. Oh, that's interesting. Either that, or I suppose Selena might list Hayawake really lowly, because Selena only says that Hayawake is better than simple loop is better than Country Road. Now, I will say the thing that got me into setting pencil puzzles was that my Santee for the Secret Santa one year said that simple loop was their favorite genre, which is when I sort of invented the twin loop genre, although then it turned out that in one of the weirder experiences of my life that someone had invented that exact genre, even though it felt oddly specific. But anyway, ABJ says simple loop is a Philomeno class genre. So is it possible to do a hybrid simple loop puzzle? Maybe if I started seeing simple loop hybrids, maybe I'd agree that simple loop would belong up here in the pentomino thing. I guess it's not clear to me how one would do a hybrid with simple loop. I don't know. Maybe you do a simple loop Philomeno hybrid where the arrows tell you how many times the how many times the omino is visited or something. You do loop hybrids all the time. Well, post some in the zetamath Discord. I'd love to see simple loop hybrids. I might if I do a simple loop hybrid and see sort of how it sort of fits in as a nice glue. I think it would be a great simple loop permaculture. Yeah, simple loop with permaculture. That would make a lot of sense. I really want to make a permaculture. I have not. I have not successfully made a permaculture, but I've really wanted to make a permaculture at some point. It's something I've tried to do on a number of occasions, but I haven't quite sort of figured out exactly how to do it in a way that's like that's not obnoxious, I guess. Is the the thing. I've really enjoyed all the permacultures I've done, and it's something I would like to do more of. It is definitely a niche genre, because in order to do a permaculture, you basically have to have at least a medium amount of comfort with both of the things, or at least be willing to fake that you have some comfort with both of the things involved. But it is cool. There's one genre called like Dominion or something, where it's like there are letters that match, and so you have to connect all the letters in the Dominion in like regions and it's something about dominoes or something. I really have wanted to make a permaculture with Dominion or whatever it's called, because it feels really cool to say like either you have to match these two together, or actually this is a clue from a completely different puzzle. And it feels like that would be fun to combine with a bunch of different things. Like you could combine it with Pentominus or whatever. Anyway, that is on my list of things I've tried to do permacultures with, but haven't quite made work yet, but maybe eventually. Slitherlink, I'm also not a huge fan of, although I did set a Slitherlink puzzle for a different Secret Santa, actually. It is one of my most, I don't know how I feel about this puzzles of all time, but anyway, it is, I didn't post it to LMD, but it was, but it's in the spreadsheet. So if you want, you can see the spreadsheet. It's called Superposition. It is simultaneously a Slitherlink and a that other pencil puzzle genre, whose name I cannot remember. So I guess it's not, it's like a permaculture where everything is everything, I guess. But it uses the rule that every clue has to be right for exactly one of the two puzzles you're solving. Anyway, it was a very cool idea, but notating it was an absolute nightmare. And I eventually, by the time I was solving it for like the 15th time, I had a good notation system for it. Good. But I'm generally not the biggest fan of figure out how on earth to notate this part of the puzzle. But anyway, so that's one of my puzzles. If you like Slitherlink, I'd encourage you to give Superposition a try. But it's not my favorite one to sit down and do. Actually, I will do Slitherlink sometimes voluntarily. Like sometimes when I'm on Puzzlelink, I'll just do some Slitherlink. So I guess that puts it higher. Like I will voluntarily pull up Slitherlinks sometimes. I don't think I've ever done the pencil puzzle genre Snake. I looking at this, I can guess what the rules maybe are, but I don't think I've ever done those. So I'm just going to put that in never solve. But obviously I've done a lot of puzzles that are sort of Snake inspired. Although I did say the other day on stream, perhaps controversially, that I like puzzles with loops better than puzzles with snakes, because I don't generally figure out what the start and end are to be, like, generally I find that very frustrating more than fun. But anyway, it certainly has inspired a lot of cool hybrid stuff. I don't know what Snake Pit is. I've done Square Jam, I think, but don't ask me anything about it. Star Battle, I'm going to also go ahead and throw in the A range. Star Battle has a surprising amount of depth to it. It does hybridize very well. Is Snake short for Simple Nake? It could be short for Simple Nake. I would like that. I can only imagine. I think I'm going to try setting a Star Battle next, perhaps. But yeah, Star Battle both hybridizes extremely well, as Ben Stroeffel has demonstrated by hybridizing Star Battle with literally every genre of pencil puzzle that exists and a few that don't. But also it by itself has a fair amount of like I've done several Sam Kappelman Lines Star Battles on stream that were just pure Star Battles, and a few others. It's a cool genre. I like it. I think it fits well with these others, the others that are in my A tier. Stone is a weird ass genre that I've done a few of lately, and I gotta say, like, the Jay Dyer Stone puzzle I did really sort of made me think, like, oh, this is a really cool genre, and it did make me go and do some more of them. I do like it. I think it has growth potential. I haven't done enough of them to really put it even higher. But I really like I really like what I've done, and so it like many of the others in this, I think it has high potential for me to like it more over time. Like a lot of these are very much a like present Zeta's rating and like with growth potential. It turns out there aren't a lot of pencil puzzle genres I really don't like and will refuse to ever do, is one of the things that I am learning from this. I don't know what Sakuru is. Tappa, I've grown to like Tappa. I will say Tappa is one that I wasn't a huge fan of, but then it kept coming up because Naverio and the Cogito just kept setting tapas, and I do most of the puzzles that they make. So then I kept doing tapas. And as a result, I would say tapa has now made it up into this sort of like B tier of puzzles where it's like, yeah, I'll do those sometimes. And certainly if I see a hybrid with tapa, that actively makes me want to do it. Which is, I think, sort of like a lot of the B tiers are like, I will sometimes do it by itself, and if I see a hybrid with it, I'll be very excited to do it with almost anything. Tapa like loop, I'll put in the same setting. Similarly, almost every Tapa like loop is by one of the aforementioned offenders. Tatamabari is another one I think I'm going to have to say I've done too few of to know what I am supposed to say about it. I don't remember the rules. I've done a number of them. Like I know I've done a number of them on Puzzlink, but not enough to remember it apparently. Tawa I've never heard of. Tentaisho I think is also known as Spiral Galaxy. I would say that sort of sits in this C tier of yeah, it's fine. Like I think probably honestly it's like basically exactly in with the Pentominus and Philomeno of the like it's not at all exciting by itself, but it's flexible enough that it allows for all of these other things. So like it's a perfectly great glue genre. Oh, no Yuban on the list. That's true. No Yuban. Where would I put Yuban? I think I would put Yuban in C tier because I think Yuban is a genre that I think I have not fallen in love with, but I think I have the potential to maybe someday fall in love with Yuban, although I think streaming Yuban is terrible because it's a completely incomprehensible genre that involves tons of standard deductions that no one's heard of and that are difficult to explain and think about. So I feel like Yuban is probably like a like Zeta will do it on Zeta's own kind of genre more so than like every once in a while there's been a Yuban puzzle that I think is streamed well. Like KNT's Yuban Philomeno puzzle, I think that was extremely good and I think it was extremely stream appropriate in a way that I think most Yuban puzzles end up sort of being difficult to sort of communicate about just because of sort of like how they stream. Yajlin would have been an A tier until I did enough of them, but they do get kind of samey at some point, so I think it probably falls to like low B, high C tier for me, having done enough of them. I find it pretty repetitive, is ultimately the thing about sort of pure Yajlin, but it does then make a really exciting hybrid thing. Now, I will say, you say the filter's doing something weird to yin yang, but it also looks a little weird because it is purple on my screen too. Yin yang is gonna go down here. Also, it's like it's something that can be fine to hybridize, although it's a bit of a pain to set with, more so than most of the others that I set are fine to hybridize because it's really finicky. I did set one yin yang puzzle and I may have some lingering trauma from the fact that I kept breaking it because there's a lot of non-obvious combinatorial restraints on yin yang. But it can be a good hybrid genre if done right. So like maybe it's sort of like up here with these. But I'd far rather do a vanilla Pentominus than a vanilla yin yang. But I will say like a yin yang hybrid, I'm not going to do it just because it's a yin yang hybrid. But I'm not put off by it. Okay, so there's some genres we have not talked about because they weren't in here. Are there any other genres that people are curious about where I would put it? Like I said, I would put Compass in S for sure if it were here. Uh, I'd put Sudoku in A if you want to be controversial and say Sudoku is a pencil puzzle. So that would be like, I think Sudoku is very good. I would never want to do like a pure Sudoku puzzle, like vanilla Sudoku really doesn't do anything. Snake Egg would be in the like I have not done enough. Look Air would be in C. I've done enough. I'm intrigued. I'd like to do more, but there aren't that many more. What is it Tarrasque or Tusquare or something? I think I always thought it was Tarrasque, but I think it's actually Tusquare or whatever, is pretty close to Look Air and in similar. That one I would put, let's see, Tusquare or whatever. I think it is Tusquare, but I would put that in probably also C tier. Maybe closer to B. I'd be more likely to voluntarily do a vanilla version. See, Kakuru. I will say almost every Kakuru I do these days is by Nell Gwen, and I enjoy Nell's. I guess Nell's Kakurus tend to be hexagonal Kakurus. I like those. It's not a genre I seek out otherwise. Like I think Kakuru is sort of like the inspiration for killer Sudoku almost. Yeah, so wherever that grade, that probably falls between C and B, somewhere in that vicinity. Let's see. Skyscraper, I like the pure skyscraper. We'll put that. Go ahead and put that in the. I have not solved enough pure skyscrapers to give it a rating. Trying to think if there's others that I have done a number of to have an opinion of that aren't here. Pure Kropke. I've done very few pure Kropkes. I've done a non-zero number, but I've not very many non-zero for pure Kropke. It would probably rank fairly highly though if I had done some of them. Yeah, I'm remembering more of the ABC one for whatever. Miracle Entropic Skyscraper. I can't imagine doing a puzzle. Like, there's basically no way I'm adding a puzzle to the bucket with the word miracle in the title. It is very much the opposite of what the Suguru Chaos Construction kind of stuff. I like those. Although I will say they got a little bit samey at some point. For me, but I did enjoy them, and it's possible it's like related to there's different. Yeah, I do feel like I've done different ones of these ABC kinds of puzzles. There was some puzzle pack that had a number of them that I enjoyed at some point. Maybe I was doing them when I was trying out like every pencil puzzle genre to decide what I was going to do for a Secret Santa at some point. Because one of my Santees gave me a list of pencil puzzle genres they liked, which was like 30 of them, and I did them all enough to decide what I wanted to do for the Secret Santa thing. But let's see. I was gonna say I don't think Nori Nori was on here, but now I realize no, Nori Nori was on there. I had just forgotten. I don't think I know what Nanro is. I don't think that's one I've done. It's not on here, but I don't think I know what it is. Apparently what I'm learning is that Moon Sun. I should go and do Moon Sun. Yeah, Litz is down here, but Litz is hiding behind my head. Litz is in the... I maybe really should have put my head over here to begin with. Litz is in the... I've done some, but not enough genre to sort of have an opinion. Let's see. Does anyone have strong opinions about Creek? I don't feel like I've even heard of Creek. as a genre, but it looks like it might be cute. Creek is pretty decent. A ringing endorsement from Tirganis, at least. Creek is fine. Is Creek the median pencil puzzle genre for everyone? It seems like Creek is hitting the middle, at least for the two people who said it. Creek can be like J sums, yeah. I don't think I've seen Kachoko. I don't think anyway. The name sounds hazily familiar. It's possible. People should do more Shakona though. That is my that is my thing. I think people should do more Shakona and more Compass. Freeline loop genre. Oh, it was. Okay, sorry, you're right. It was in there, but I so had never seen anything like it that I just went over it, and then it didn't even occur to me to remember it. It's the free line. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, just looking at the grid now and appreciating it. Yeah, the idea of drawing puzzles that involve loops that can go diagonally have a bad habit of breaking my brain, because you so internalize the deductions that you can get from loops that can't move diagonally that loops that can move diagonally really really have hurt my brain. Why don't I have this Pentopia called Pentopia, by the way? I'm remembering what the rules are, or at least what I think the rules are. And it doesn't have anything to do with pentagons, does it? Or anything to do with the number 5? Isn't it like an equal number in each direction or unshaded? And wasn't that the rule for the clues? But all right, I think that was a good way to wrap up stream by talking about all of the assorted things. If anyone wants to post simple loop hybrids in the zetamath Discord, I will be happy to have a look and see if I want to do any of them, because I'm told there are many of them, but I have not done any of them, so that would be an interesting one. Or any of the other genres here that I've listed that I've not done much of. If you have any you want to recommend, I would be happy to see it. But I'm going to wrap up stream there for today. So thank you to everyone for hanging out. I hope you all have a wonderful morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time it may be. And I'll see you real soon, because I'll be back to streaming on Sunday. So thanks for watching. Thanks to everyone who supports the stream. If you want to support the stream, you can always do that by clicking the $bill sign down at the bottom of chat. And that will tell you all the assorted ways in which you can give. So thank you to everyone who does that. And last but not least, thank you to the Turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plunktime, and DDX. Thanks to everyone for watching. I'll see you all real soon. Bye for now.